Meeting of the Fitchburg City Council as a whole committee for our second evening of budget presentations. I now call this meeting to order. Please be advised that FATV is conducting audio and video recording of this meeting for public broadcast. I ask that anyone else in the audience, we don't have any audience members from the public, so I'll skip that. At this time, I ask that all electronic devices be placed into silent mode. And Vice President Van Hazinga, would you please lead us in salute to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Uh-oh. Oh. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councillor Van Hazinga.
Here.
Councillor Walsh.
Here.
President Zarella.
Here.
Councillor Boschman.
Right behind it.
Thank you. Councillor Kuchar.
Here.
Councillor Cragen.
Here.
Councillor Cruz.
Here remotely.
Thank you. Councillor DiVitelli is going to be late. Councillor Fleming.
Here.
Councillor Green.
Also planning to be a little bit late.
And Councillor Schiltz.
Here.
So right now we have 9 members present.
Thank you very much. I do have one brief announcement before we begin. A reminder about the community conversation about pets on Monday, June 10th at 6 p.m. here in the Legislative Building. Attending will be Fitchburg Animal Control Officer Todd Pickett, Nicole Roberts from Ahimsa Haven Animal Rescue, members of Street Cats Angels, Be Positive Therapy Pets, and members of the City Council. This will be a conversation about animal issues in Fitchburg, including overpopulation of dehydrated and malnourished homeless cats and a large number of stray dogs in the city. Light refreshments will be served and the Therapause pet teams will be present. For more information, email BePositive, that's BEPAWSITIVE 01420 at gmail.com or contact Councillor Cragen at 978-320-1135.
1335.
Oh, sorry, 1335.
Excuse me,
President Zarella.
President Zarella.
Yes.
Could you just put a reminder out about tomorrow with the flags being placed at the cemetery, St. Bernard Cemetery?
Yes, what time will that be?
8:30?
8:30. This is flags at St. Bernard Cemetery for Memorial Day? All right, 8:30, St. Bernard Cemetery. And as everyone knows, our agenda consists technically of multiple items, but practically of one. And I will turn it over to the finance team to present the remainder of the budget.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Council. Thanks, department heads and everyone for being here tonight. We'll get right to it, I guess. We discussed that we'll start with the executive now and move the legislative to the end of the night. So we're going to start with the executive then. Page 9, yep. Page 9. If everyone's ready, we'll get right to it. We can go down to personal services. Obviously, the executive is mayor, HR, human resources, and legal. The personal services is just 3 line items representing the salaries within our office, with the only increase coming from a council vote last year and the decreases due to staff salaries being a little lower than last fiscal year, and with sick time buyback expenditures removed. So that's the only 3 line items in the personal services, only 4 in the expenses, and they only total $4,000. Those are just office supplies, $2,000 for travel and meetings, dues and subscriptions, and then promotions for promoting things around the city. So all those have led to a $3,652 increase, which is minimal. I'd be happy to answer any questions on the mayor's budget before we move to the next executive.
Any questions from council? I just want to ask one thing real quick, just because I've been asking it of all departments. The travel and meetings and the dues and subscriptions, what specifically do those represent?
same as most departments. Travel and meetings is required occasionally, with the mayor often having to go to, whether it's Mass Municipal Association or just Mayor's Association. Often those things arise where travel is necessary, and dues and subscriptions. Occasionally there's, statewide alert systems or information networks that is necessary to tap into that requires a subscription or, a due, and that's limited to $400 in next year's budget. So.
All right, and just out of curiosity, not that I would begrudge $100, but I'm just curious which type of promotions would fall under the mayor's office as opposed to, say, community development or something like that.
Sure, yeah. Civic Days is the primary one that the mayor's office directs, so that generally most of the promotional efforts go to that, but there's plenty of other things that we could spend it on, and obviously it's a tough financial year, so that's the budget that we've allotted ourselves for promotions. But I would say Civic Days is the primary thing that the mayor's office.
All right, sounds good to me. I don't see any other questions, so.
All right, then I suppose let's just move on to the next executive.
President Zarella.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Cruz. You're still muted, Councillor.
My apologies for that. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Miles and Alex, for being with us today. And this is no meant to be an attack on either of you. I appreciate that you're here tonight, but I am curious as to why Madam Mayor is not with us tonight on a very important night when we discuss the budget. And I don't need an explanation. I'm not asking for one, but personally, and I know the irony of me not being there, and I apologize, Mr. President, and through you to the colleagues of the council that I couldn't be there personally tonight, but this is an important thing, and that's why even though I couldn't be in Fitchburg this week, I did everything I could to attend virtually. So it's a little disheartening to see the executive branch of government not with us. I don't know if I missed something or if I missed an email, but I wish he was here to discuss the matters before us tonight.
Councillor, actually, I can answer that. I meant to mention this at the top of the meeting. The mayor did reach out to me earlier this week and indicate that she was going to be a bit late to this meeting because she is at a graduation.
Understood. I retract my statement. I look forward to the mayor being here to deliberate tonight. I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right.
Have the floor.
Appreciate it. If we're ready to continue, we'll move on to the human resources. We'll just go line by line. Again, these start with the salaries. We have a human resources director, an administrative assistant, and a human resources assistant. That position was fully funded as of this year, projected to be, and looking to have it continued next year. Longevity and overtime are results of those contracts. Expenses, the subtotal is only $11,250, but it's the same things as most departments have: office supplies, occasional travel meetings, and similarly dues and subscriptions. They do training in human resources. They often have, whether it's a certification or just general training, for knowledge sake. They do have expenditures for that, but obviously they've limited themselves with this year's budget as well, and then a fund for just printing costs that they often have to be the primary printers in the city. There's a lot of paper going through human resources. But again, happy to answer any questions. I know the department head is also available and happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, why with every department reducing their salary, we're increasing travel and meetings in this particular department? $500.
That actually was a result of adding the third person in the department, but I thought that we had cut that down. The 2,500 actually, that was adding the third person. There is an MMA conference, an HR conference that we go to, and that was adding it, and then we cut 500 off of that.
So was that a recent hire?
Yes, we had
Like
somebody.
how recent? Just curious.
So I didn't fill it because of all of the budget stuff.
Yeah.
However, we did have somebody, I don't know if you remember, last year, you approved that we could hire a much-needed third position. The person came in, unfortunately, after about 8 months left. I can't compete with a remote position, and if somebody, a remote hybrid position. So unfortunately, because the person lived in Worcester, they got offered a job closer, obviously, like I said, it was remote and hybrid, and so we lost that person, and then we're just waiting for this to be finalized to refill that position.
So I don't know if I can continue this. Is this going to be the case for all the departments that there's been a hiring freeze put on? That once the budget's approved, they're all going to be able to get those people that much needed in those departments?
Yes, I think as those, there are some positions that we are waiting for this to be completed. There are some that departments have worked around, and made other arrangements based upon their budgets. And the department heads have been certainly very good about that in terms of being able to cut their budgets. We just thought it really would be prudent to wait until this process was complete in order to fill positions. The last thing we would want to do until, there's a very firm idea as to how this is going to turn out is to hire someone and then have to lay somebody off. And so we just needed to, so yes, those positions that have a critical need will be filled.
I guess I'm confused. So we hired somebody already for a position, that third position,
And she left.
and she left.
Correct.
But yet we're still budgeting that money there for them?
Yes, because she left prior to any budget things arising, and so the position was posted, and we planned on filling it, and still do, as long as obviously this all, the need for the third person has not gone away.
Okay, thank you.
It was already budgeted.
Councilor Brochman.
I got a couple of things. Sue Davis already knows how I feel about the budget. I made it very clear to him. I'm not very happy. Sue, you're telling me and us, the board here, that we need a third person as party. Are we planning on hiring somebody else, like in the city clerk's office, where there was an employee there for 30 years and she retired, and it's not being filled right now, and we got the elections coming up, the presidential and the primaries and all that? Are you telling me we're going to hire somebody in there?
Yes, their full-time position will be filled.
The full-time position will be filled?
Yes.
I can take that to the bank?
Yes, I don't see any reason why that would not be filled. No.
It was the part-time position that.
It's the part-time position. Yeah, I don't want to get into somebody else's department, but it is the part-time position that was 19 hours a week, 18, 19 hours a week.
That's been filled for the last 15 years.
Yep, which will be eliminated.
Okay.
But the full-time position will be filled.
You know, I want to say something tonight. I was talking to my wife, and I wanted to help my wife out today.
Councilor,
What?
only questions.
It is his question. I want to give her an example, because what I feel, we gave away the kitchen sink on our contracts.
So we're not talking about contracts. Those are already negotiated and signed. We can talk about them again when they come up for negotiation again. If you have a question about the line items on page 10, then we can talk about that.
Oh, you're holding my hand. You're tying my hands up. Yeah, it's not right.
That's what I'm doing.
Listen, if you don't get that third person, because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be quite frank with you, I'm cutting it.
Oh, I already know that. I know.
So I'm cutting it. What's going to happen in that department?
Certainly, it will take longer for us to perform the services for our customers, and our customers are internal. There are a number of things that, like every department has this. Nobody really knows what goes on in everyone's department down to a granular level. I can tell you that between employee investigations, there's always numerous employee investigations happening, whether it's contracts that come up, day-to-day employee needs, posting jobs, that's not going to go away regardless of our budget issues in the upcoming year, because people leave and you need to still onboard policemen or firefighters or clerks or anybody else that comes in for positions that need to be replaced. None of that's going to go away. That will slow down a little bit. It also means that all of the things that I've been trying to do over the last 8 years to get things done, like the employee handbook, it's 70% done. Bernie gave me that almost 8 years ago to do. You can't possibly be able to adequately service 425 employees on the city side and do all of the workers' comp for everybody else in the school as well. That's like 1,400 employees. We do the best that we can, and certainly, and that's fine. I understand it. I can certainly say that's exactly why I didn't fill my position. It's in the budget. Could I have filled it? Yes. We were interviewing. I chose the candidate. We already knew. But there's no way I was going to fill a position until we knew what other departments needed. Because if we have to do it, if they're absolutely, and I shouldn't even say this out loud, but if there's absolutely, you need that $55,000 because some other department is really going to suffer, take the $55,000. We're in this together. It's not my department. It's not just fire. It's not just police. It's everyone. So wherever we need the money, if you need the 55 grand, please don't take it. But if you do because another department needs it, then I get it.
Okay, my question to you on this $55,000, what's the base salary start? What is the base salary? This is my argument. I don't understand. When I read the book and I see these numbers and I get fascinated by the numbers, what is the base salary? So when I give a raise and I come to you with good faith and say 3% of 50,000 is 1,500. That's what I want to know. What is the base salary on these starting positions? Nobody tells me. I look at the thing.
Councillor, the base salary of which position?
On the one she's hiring. What is the base?
I believe it was 54. That might be as of. No, it is the 56. It is the 56. I'm sorry. I believe it is the 56.8 that's in there.
So you mean to tell me you walk through the door and you start off automatically with no experience? You can hire somebody with no experience to say, my name is Paul Bolshevin, I want to be a secretary, and I'll start off at $56,000 with no, right off the bat, and then next year she gets an automatic raise?
Councillor, let her answer the question.
Huh?
First off, we don't hire secretaries, but I wouldn't hire someone that is not qualified. I need somebody that's got some level of a little bit of workers' comp experience, certainly FMLA experience. So yes, that is what I would pay somebody, and they're not overpaid at that. And I can show you all kinds of rates to compare to that.
You know, I just have a hard time. I know you're going to tie my hands again. I just have a hard time with a lot of this. I told Jackie, so she knows how I feel about the whole thing, with some of this stuff that's going on in the book, in all honesty. And I believe a vast majority of my fellow councilors feel the same way I do. That I didn't understand.
Councillor.
What?
Is there another question in there?
No, well, I pass. I'll wait to the cut, when the cuts come.
Yep, you'll have full opportunity to say your piece when the cuts are proposed. Councillor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for clarification, Director Davis, this 56, what is that coming in an hourly rate? That's like $24 an hour or something like that? My math's not great.
You know what? We don't do it hourly, but let's hang on one second. There's an auditor when you need one. Yay.
Thank you. I know, I bring that question up because I know sometimes some of these numbers, they seem startling for a starting salary for a position. But when you break it down and you've got fast food restaurants out there offering $20 an hour for an employee straight out of high school, which I think is great, by the way. I think give them more. And you compare that to somebody with a college degree.
Counselor, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to rein you in too.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just wait for the answer then.
It's $30.77 an hour.
Okay, so consider more than I thought. All right, well, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. That's my only question. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Any further questions on the HR department? All right.
Do you want your question?
Yes.
Dues and subscriptions. Let's not forget that. There are in there a couple of associations like APWA, which is the American, it's DPW workers. I don't know what the P is for. Oh, the Association of Public Workers. Thank you. Yeah. And it's just so that we can advertise there. All of the divisions we can advertise in, so it's just cheaper for us to have the association dues, and that's what a few of those are. One is our FMLA software, and there aren't any magazines or anything that we subscribe to.
All right.
Are part of the association cost.
Sounds good. Thank you. I saw Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, I apologize because I wasn't sure if I was clear on the answer on the travel and meetings. Why was there an increase of 500? There's not supposed to be. That number is incorrect?
No. I apologize. We had raised it in fiscal 24 originally because we had added, the council approved my third position, recognizing the need. And so I wanted to bring that third person to the HR conference. Now we could realistically, we took out some additional costs because I don't go anymore to the one in January, the MMA Expo. So we cut that out of the budget. We cut $500 out of there.
Okay, so that's going to be cut?
Yeah,
Okay.
yep. Sorry, I misspoke earlier with the.
Okay.
Yep.
So just to sum up and tell me if I'm getting this wrong, but just so we're all on the same page, there is an increase of $500 for the new, which is attributable in part to the new person, but that represents $500 less of an increase than you had originally projected. You said you had cut $500 from it.
We did cut $500.
And the current increase, so the original increase would have been $1,000, and now it's just going to be $500.
Oh, the original, okay, that's why. I didn't bring this with me. The original, it was $3,000.
Okay.
That's why. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Gotcha, that's what I meant, yep.
Okay, sorry. It's on this $3,000. This was on the addendum. We originally had put it up for the $3,000. Then when we were, requested to cut some out of the budget, that's what we cut. So we ended up overall from what we requested cutting $1,000. Original, yes.
So you're requesting 2,500.
2,500 is the budgeted amount currently, yes.
Okay. All right, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? All right, thank you very much.
All right, then I guess we can move on to the next executive page here on page 11, the legal. We'll get rolling with the personal services. As you all recall in the council, there was a change here. So the FY24 projected amount is based on 7 months of the previous firm, the previous solicitor, and that funding has now been moved to contractual services, which is under legal, labor, and mediation in the second section. The assistant city solicitor is fully funded there and remains the same as last year, no change. A few of the expenses have gone down with the level of expertise that the current firm is able to provide. They don't necessarily have to spend as much on outside counsel, so that's been able to reduce some there. Obviously, the labor negotiator position is still valuable and not requisite that the current firm use the same services, so they've reduced it a little bit there, but we still do use the labor negotiator as the city. The increases under labor and mediation are fully offset by the decreases under personal services and expenses that lead to a 12% reduction in the budget for legal for this year. It's actually 35% reduction from the last actual projections or the last actual costs we have in FY23, 12% reduced from the projections we have from last year. Office expenses and administrative support have gone down substantially as they're not as necessary now. They are still used by the assistant city solicitor, so we plan to continue funding it, but that we were able to make reductions in that area. Same with damages and personal property, which you can see has been reduced. Essentially, I mean, it's difficult to anticipate sometimes what damages and personal property costs may be, but since FY22, we've actually seen a 96% decrease in those costs and are budgeting $25,000 there for the legal services this year. I can continue, but I'd be happy to try to answer some of your questions here. And I know the legal team is happy to answer anything too. Reach out
So I actually have one question just to start off, which is about the damages to persons and property line item.
Sure.
I guess I'm a little concerned about how justifiable that decrease is, given that looking historically, we had only 1 year when we actually came in under the currently budgeted amount. Every other year was higher, and the 1 year was 2021. I mean, it was legal expenses from 2020, which we all know why that was so incredibly low, because no one was doing anything, including filing lawsuits. So I guess I'm asking, is it overly optimistic to think that we will spend $20,000 less this year on legal damages than in any previous year, discounting that one anomaly in the past decade?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's a fair question, but I know that the legal team is very confident in their ability, and that when reductions are necessary, that we have to look at where we can make them. And every department was asked to make those reductions. They've made quite a few in this budget, but when you look at it, that was one of the areas that was most easily reduced. So that was the decision that was made.
Right.
I'm sure they'd be able to answer specifics as to what they anticipate this year for damages, but
yeah, I will reach out to them, but that does really go to the heart of what I'm uncertain about, is that, as we know, as all of us who have sat in executive session before know, the amount of damages that the city has to pay out generally isn't related to the skill of the litigators that we have. There are some that are simply unavoidable, no matter if we had retired Supreme Court justice litigating for us, we'd still have to pay it. So,
sure.
But I will direct those questions to the legal department prior to next week. Councillor Van Hazinga.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as we discussed a few times yesterday, the process of estimating the budget starts pretty early in this calendar year. So some of the projections for 2024 are out of date by the time we're looking at it here in June, if they start in February or January. So our legal expenses in the second half of the year are very different in format than the first half. So I was wondering if we have an update of what the projected annual expenses for 24 are, now that we've gone through several months of having the contracted legal services.
Well, so far, the legal team is fairly confident that the projections that they provided back then are going to be the same, which is essentially the hourly rate was, I believe, or the monthly rate was 13 to 15,000, which they anticipate staying the same. May will be another jump, but as any transition goes, they had a lot of case transfers that they needed to stay on top of. There were a lot of open cases that they had to address, and there's a lot of work to get done in the first few months. So, the legal costs that we've seen are relatively on par with what we anticipated of that 13 to 15,000 a month. And they anticipate, and we reached out to them, obviously. We've been in contact all week. They're very confident that those costs will continue to fall. So, yeah, it was a few months ago that we, first got our projections for what those expenses would be. But from everything we hear, the legal team anticipates that 13 to 15,000, or 13.5, I suppose, but in that range, that will, keep that number completely in check is what they anticipate.
All right, so it is consistent with what we've been experiencing.
Yep,
I'm
no
sure
changes.
There's a higher initial cost of a new solicitor moving in, getting cleaning up a backlog of work, things like that. But this is consistent with once they've gotten normalized going forward.
To this point, there's been no change in what they projected. Obviously, we'll let you know if there is any change.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Kuchar.
Thank you very much. We hired the new city solicitor, January, February? Is that roughly about when?
I think the end of January, yeah, early February.
And what was the budget that we had when we hired them? How much was left out of the city solicitor?
I'm sorry, I don't have that exact number anymore. I would have at the time in January when we had that, but now it's obviously changed.
Right. So it was 50. I believe it was roughly about 56,445 that we had left. Does that sound about right?
It sounds right. Yeah.
Where do we currently stand with that line item?
With what is remaining in that?
Yeah.
I would have to check with the auditing.
Yeah, I think we're getting close to capacity there. I think
Well,
with the next bill, we're probably going to require a transfer.
Yeah, as of April 30th, actually, excuse me, I misspoke. It was 62 and some change. As of April 30th, we only had $5,955 left.
Yeah, I think to pay the May bill, we're going to need a
And we have-
transfer.
And we have 2 more months left.
Correct.
And the average cost per month, on average, and I understand the argument that, they were getting on board with some of these cases, is $18,815.
That sounds about right.
And if that's projected over a 12-month period, that's over $225,000. Where's the savings that we were promised?
Well, I think what Miles is getting at there is that the $18,000 a month that we've experienced so far is part of the getting up to speed, and that they see themselves getting to a level where once they've become familiar with what's happening with the city and get their arms around all the issues, that monthly bill is going to go down, and that is where the 162 comes from.
And that almost $100,000 more, that's going to make up for a full year? Is that what you're saying?
What $100,000 more?
$100,000 more for the city solicitor, for the legal labor and mediation, and then plus the increase in the assistant city solicitor?
Well, I think there's probably, when you look at projected and requested here, I can see where it's apples and oranges, because the projected is where we stood with the prior solicitor. And everything's sort of been it's been reorganized, so it's really not clear. But in terms, if you just look at the requested, I know that the city solicitor spent a good deal of time examining these numbers and being familiar with what's going on, and she was confident that this was a good ask for fiscal 25, that it was realistic.
Just for the record, we are joined by Councillor Green.
If I may, getting through this year, there will be a need for an additional appropriation or transfer.
Do you know roughly how much?
Well, if there's 5,000 left, I'd say,
The average is roughly, let's say, 18.
yeah, so we've got the May 15th and June 15th bills, plus the 5,000, so maybe 30,000.
All right, well, we were promised a savings. I just don't see it, but I yield the floor.
Councillor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I do trust the administration and Miles, Deputy Chief Staff, that the transition period has affected the price tag that we've seen. Regardless, I do just want to make one clarification with all respect to the gentleman from Ward 3, because I know that this argument was made. I think a big part of the argument was also sort of, what are you getting? What are we getting? What was sort of, is there cost savings with, a team of legal experts with a wide variety of expertise versus an individual in-house solicitor? And I think that these costs, it's still early, and we can still determine what's
Councillor, I'm sorry, but I have to ask, what's the question?
Sure, I'll get to my question. Mr. President, and with all due respect, I don't know if everyone is getting the same amounts of a leash here. I've been very brief with my comments, but that's all. I'll leave it at that. My question is regarding the Assistant City Solicitor and the position we still have advocated the $71,443 for. My question to the administration is regarding sort of the delineation of duty, and what is this sort of a day-to-day, sort of more operational questions for the Assistant City Solicitor? How do we determine where to send the work? Because I know some of my colleagues had some concerns as well regarding privatization of the solicitor position and the legal works of the city, but at the same time keeping the Assistant City Solicitor, and I still have some of those concerns. So if that's something I have to reach out to the solicitor about to discuss with them or the Assistant City Solicitor, I'm happy to do it. And it's in no way a condemnation of the work or the expertise of the Assistant City Solicitor. It's more of a curiosity than anything else.
No, yeah, of course. I appreciate that question, Councillor Cruz. Our Assistant City Solicitor does carry a similar role to what she's been doing, and she's been doing a very good job. The code enforcement, what's budgeted there is a lot of what she does. She does, enforce the codes legally and keeps up with that. And she, their locality, their local presence does benefit there. But I think she also, I know she also is very involved in the health department. They have weekly meetings, and she, again, interprets their code, advises them on any issues that may arise regarding code enforcement, and she's also very involved with our housing issues in the city, housing concerns and anything related to our, many different housing opportunities that we have locally, that, any issues that may arise with Fishburg Housing Authority or whatever it may be, that's what the Assistant City Solicitor does. And all other things, because of their wide breadth of expertise in the solicitor's firm in Meade, Tellerman, Costa, handles essentially everything else. So Assistant City Solicitor is doing very much the same role that she's had before, but now she has a little extra expertise to help her out with our current solicitor.
If I may, I think one of the benefits, too, is that she's present here in the local courts, on a daily and weekly basis. As these Board of Health cases come up, she's there representing the city and following up on those.
Thank you, Auditor Cronin. So would you say it is very much a cost-saving measure to keep the Assistant City Solicitor on staff?
Yes, otherwise we'd have someone from Newburyport or Marblehead coming here on a daily basis to practice in our court. I don't think that's, I think it's best to have someone from the community, I think, that understands the issues. She's been working with these matters for several years now. So.
Sounds like a prudent decision. Thank you for answering my questions. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Before I go to the next councillor, I do just want to clarify, because the councillor's concern is well taken. I want to clarify the degree to which I am obligated or feel obligated to rein in councillors' comments has nothing to do with brevity or length of comments. It's solely to do with whether the comments are focused on the budget item versus policy considerations. And I don't want to say argument, but opinion, statements of opinion or so on. We will all have ample opportunity to voice all of those next week, I promise.
Thank you, Mr. President, for clarifying. I appreciate that. I will do better myself. Thank you.
No problem, Counselor. I know it's difficult for all of us.
Oh, definitely.
Counselor Schultz.
Yeah, I have a question. I don't know if Miles or Jackie can answer it, but, in talking about the Assistant City Solicitor, I'm just wondering if she could take on more of what the legal department, the new city solicitor takes on. Is there expertise enough that she could handle some of those things and reduce our costs, that we're incurring, that Councilor Kuchar is concerned with, the $18,000 a month?
I know that they do interact frequently. That they communicate essentially every week, if not every day, the assistant and the city solicitor and her firm. I'm sure if there are any areas that could be made more efficient, that they'd likely be willing to discuss them and potentially do that. But I'm not sure that there are any cost-saving measures that can be made by doing that we know of yet. But they are in touch every day, and we're in touch with them as well. So, it's always something that, can be improved upon.
It would seem to be something that maybe the mayor would want to explore with both of those parties to see if we could bring those costs down, especially in light of the budget concerns that we have this year.
Anything's worth exploring. We've had discussions about it, preliminary discussions about what can be done to look at these costs and make sure that they are, within the budget that we're provided. But if there is any suggestions that come in that area as to what the assistant solicitor may be able to do, and assist on, but she already does very much. She's got a full slate along with a lot of our firm, and they do interact and collaborate all the time. So absolutely, if there's anything we could do to lessen those costs, we'll explore them. But right now, I'm not sure exactly what that might be.
Yeah, I would think that there could be some cost savings there. Just sure. It just makes sense to me that she's been around, she knows the city, she probably could help in a lot of different areas.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess my question is again with regard to the Assistant City Solicitor who's paid under the Personal Services section. And I guess I'm just wondering if we're looking at cost savings, if it's saving costs to pay the city solicitor under legal, labor, and mediation, if there is any intention at some point in time of actually looking at the Assistant City Solicitor's position and paying that position in the same manner as the city solicitor.
Again, anything can be explored. Right now, that was not the decision that was made with this budget because the Assistant City Solicitor's salary has been ongoing, and it was determined that was the best course of action to maintain, continuity in that role and have that local service, have someone present. Like I said, she has a full slate, and her salary represents a lot of the work she does, but she is, she could absolutely, she's earned her role there, and I think, we could explore that. But right now, I'm not sure that there's cost-saving measures to be had there. All explorations are on the table, for next budget year. We do want to make good decisions with the limited resources that we have. But right now, that was not what was determined to be most effective for this budget.
Was it considered?
It was all things have been considered. Have been discussed preliminarily, but it was not determined to be the best decision for this year. We had to get the city solicitor in and make sure that transition was smooth, that all cases were transferred, that all open and active documents were available to the current city solicitor, and the assistant city solicitor's role having that continuity without trying to change that as well and move that to contracted services, it was, difficult enough to make sure that we could provide contracted services to our current solicitor, and, leaving the assistant city solicitor in the situation that they were in under personal services was the best move at that point. Again, we'd absolutely be open to whatever possibilities there may be, but I haven't been privy to those if they exist.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Brochman.
My question is probably directed to you or maybe them. With 40U coming into play sometime this year, I think, if I'm not right, a lot of the court cases that we take to court right now are going to be held in City Hall. Am I right or wrong? Am I right or wrong, Mr. President?
I don't want to speak out of turn on that, but I will say I was going to ask a similar question, whether we can expect that caseload for the assistant solicitor to drop as we see more of that channeled through 40U. I see Director Murphy is coming up to address that.
Not it.
From what I understand, a number of the cases that Assistant City Solicitor Pollack is involved in are more like contempt cases. There's different. There might be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, there might be some reduction, but that's not primarily what she is doing. I think she's doing more proactive contempt cases. Yes? Yeah. But this will be a year of transition potentially where we'll see, is there a reduction? How is this going to play out? It's that learning year for 40U, I think.
Yep. So as you can stay there, my question, well, she's part of the team. No, my question is, when I understood 40U, can I ask this question?
I'll hear it and then see if it's...
My question, when we put in 40U, the way I understood 40U was to take care of the small stuff because it took too long to go to court, and by the time we went to court, the problem was gone, or they had to go back to court and fight it over and over and over again, and that was the reason why we went with the 40U. And a lot of it was for the same reasons that they're in court now, except for eviction notices or something like that, major housing projects problems. But I thought that's what I was under the impression of, right, Council?
So let's hear the answer.
If our inspectors ticketed for every violation, we would the way that they could with 40U, we would be spending a lot more time in court than we do now. The inspectors use their judgment about whether or not this violation rises to that level that they might ticket and pursue the court if it comes down to it. But court, the way the system works now with court, it's a real deterrent for fining. So the benefit of 40U is twofold. It's that we are likely to do more fining than we do now because we have this alternate system, and then just diverting those potential appeals.
Okay. I yield the floor. I yield the floor.
To follow up on that, just very briefly, I'm trying to think how to ask it that's not duplicative, but basically, would it be correct then to assume that at least some of the current cases that are going to court, the reason for them would be obviated because we could do more proactive enforcement and not have it get to the point where it needs to be a court case even with 40U in place?
Yeah, with respect, Councillor, I can attempt to answer that question. I think it may be a better question just for the legal team themselves.
And I can ask that as well.
Yep.
That's fine.
Happy to help out with that, but... Yeah.
Were you all set, Councillor?
You did a better job than I did.
Okay. And in the spirit of ongoing clarification to my colleagues, I do want to note that was an appropriate question because it went to the justification for the line item and the size of the line item, given matters that we have voted on previously. I do have one additional question, which is, why don't we have a member of the legal team? I know I emailed Lisa Mead earlier today and got an out-of-office reply saying that she was unavailable for about a week, which I understand, you know, whether it's vacation or stuff happens. But why given that we have every other department head asked to be here, why don't we have either Adam Costa or at least Donna Pollock here in front of us to answer some of these questions this evening?
Well, as you mentioned, Solicitor Mead has been unavailable for this week long before she was even solicitor,
which is understandable.
And yeah, and she has the budgetary knowledge of that of the legal department. So it would not be, I think, helpful to have additional solicitors from that firm here, because she's the one with the budgetary knowledge of of this budget that we prepared. The assistant city solicitor, the same thing. Only a few of these line items are directly related to her role. Many of them are related to just the solicitor herself and her firm, and she's the budgetary expert on that. I think she'd absolutely be willing to come in and sit with each and every one of you and answer those questions too. But she was previously committed to an engagement and unable to be here. And the rest of the team is, they can cram and prepare for it, but she's the expert within the firm. She's the city solicitor. She's not available, but she has that budgetary knowledge. So we didn't want to bring someone else that may not have been, as prepared or as up to date on all these issues.
Okay.
That makes sense, I hope.
I'll just say, going forward, if for whatever reason a department head is not available next year, then just as with any other department head or a member of the finance team, I think it would be expected that a junior member of the office be adequately briefed to at least provide answers to most of the questions, even if they don't have the comprehensive knowledge that the department head might have. But I understand there's nothing to be done about it right now. Councillor Green.
Is that then, I don't want to make an assumption, but would there be a request that we could get further clarification on the questions that have been asked from Attorney Mead or Assistant Pollock on the follow-up, or should we expect them to be here on the 23rd? Where do we fall with that?
I think we can reasonably expect one of them to be present on the 23rd, but
the 30th.
30th, yeah. I wasn't, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, the
certain.
30th.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But I would say absolutely they would be amenable to, answering any questions outside of that as well. So absolutely, feel free to reach out to our office, the mayor's office, or just directly to Solicitor Mead.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions regarding the budget for the legal department? All right. That will conclude that item then.
All right. Well, if the legal department is concluded, I suppose that we can move on to our next department then, which, still skipping legislative. They're at the end now. We'll do finance and administration.
Okay. That's me. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to start off on page 12 of the assessor's request. Under personal services, all of the increases there are either by ordinance or contractual, except for the assessor's stipend for head clerk. The head clerk in that office is also an assessor, and she receives a stipend for that role. There has been no increase to that stipend for 20 years, so there is a request there for an increase for next year. Under expenses, some cuts have been made as requested, all departments were requested to make. The most significant reduction under expenses is the revaluation expense. The revaluation must be done every 5 years. It was done this fiscal year, so there's no need to fund that line item for next year.
Councillor Boschman.
Two questions. Who's the principal assessor? I mean, they had one, if there's a problem, they go to, is it Chris?
I am the chief assessor, and Ryan Bove is listed as an assessor. He would be the second.
So isn't the head one used to get a stipend too for being on a board or something like that?
The chairman used to get a stipend, but that was removed the year I was scheduled to become chairman.
Oh, is that right?
It was cut by the city council.
We cut you?
I'm not bitter about it, though.
That's why Paul, it was your vote, right?
Thanks for reminding me.
Legal costs and expenses, can you explain that to me, because I don't...
Sure. The assessor's office is required to have a budget, or is entitled to a budget per Mass General Law to defend against valuation abatement applications. Currently, I have not expended money from that account for several years, but the reason being is in years past we've had money in the account that we've encumbered. We currently have 14 appellate tax board cases against us that span 3 to 4 years apiece, which is typical for how the filing attorneys do things. They'll file on a property and they'll hold it for 3 years because just settling on it for 1 year, if we decide to settle at all, isn't worth their while or their effort. So they want 3 years so that they can get, say we settle on a property for $500,000. Well, that's $7,000 this year, $7,500 for last year, and $8,000 for the year before. So now they're getting a big chunk of change. So they don't just settle the first year, they hold on. We're confident that we are making adjustments to values on a couple of them for settlement purposes, but we're confident that our values are good, and we shouldn't have to, use much of that money.
Okay. I yield the floor, sir.
Just one question on that, actually, following up. So those legal expenses are external to our contracted legal services?
Correct. We use our own special counsel, who is an expert and considered one of the best real estate attorneys in the state. She specifically works in the valuation and defense of values of properties.
Makes sense. Just clarifying. And also, just for anyone who is watching who might not be familiar with the term, could you just give me a one-sentence rundown of what an abatement claim is?
An abatement application, there's two types. You could file for an abatement on your auto excise. So if you get a new vehicle, have a vehicle totaled, junk a vehicle, you can file and get back the portion of your excise tax that was not during the course of you owning it and registering it that year. And then there's a real property and a personal property abatement application, which anyone that owns property is entitled to file the application, but it must be done between the date of the actual mailing and February 1st, unless it falls on a weekend. Then it will be the Monday that precedes that date. At that time, you can file an abatement in our office, and it would be to contest the valuation, not the tax amount, on your property. So if you feel your property is overassessed and you have a valid reason and you can prove it, we'll be happy to speak with you.
All right, thank you. Further questions on the assessor's office? All right, we're good.
Okay. Moving to page 13, this is the auditor's budget request. Again, the personal services are either by ordinance or contractual. Under auditor's expense, there's been a reduction to travel and meetings of $2,000. Under the audit services, the city actually got a quote from the auditor this morning for $83,000 for this year's audit. So Jackie's estimate was right on the nose. And then under actuarial services, We have to have a full valuation every other year, so you can see that it goes up and down every other year. And the year coming up, we do need a full valuation.
Councilor Brochman.
When you say an evaluation, what do you mean by that? 'Cause I get that highlighted. I wanted to ask that question on that one.
It's a valuation for our OPEB obligation.
Oh, OPEC. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And rather than asking this of every department going forward, because I realized I forgot to ask Chris anyway, to the best of the finance team's knowledge, do any of the dues and subscriptions line items represent trade periodicals or anything of that nature that is not related to professional certification?
In my budget, we subscribe to a couple of services. One is VeraBank, which is a bank rating service, and another one is the Warren Group, and we get a report of bankruptcy filings in the city.
Okay.
Similar to us. Ours is for assessment purposes, but the same. And Ryan, my assessor in my office, would actually be disappointed that you didn't ask me that question, because he wanted to point out that he pays for all his professional licenses, which are an asset to the city, out of his own pocket.
Well, do thank him for me.
I will.
Yes. And the License Commission gets the ABCC monthly magazine, and it lists all the actions taken in all 351 towns in Massachusetts.
So that's an update on the state of the law, essentially.
Correct. If you get a violation somewhere, that would be in there, sharing what happened.
All right, I will forego asking that going forward then, now that that's been cleared up, because I admit when I first looked at it, I thought it was going to be, subscriptions, periodicals or whatever, that may be very helpful, but not necessarily. Anyway, further questions on the auditor's office? All right.
Turning to page 14, purchasing. Again, under personal services, these are contractual and ordinance increases. The $300 for incentives under personal services is a one-time payment under the famous contract to an employee who becomes certified. So the buyer in that office did receive their certification from the Massachusetts Certified Public Purchasing. She is now a Massachusetts Certified Public Purchasing Official.
Why did that?
Are you a Massachusetts certified?
I just got my certification.
Oh, that certification,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm going for my master's. I'm sorry, that was inappropriate.
We'll talk about it.
And under purchasing expense, there have been some reductions.
All right, Councilor Brochman.
Buyer. What's a buyer? What do they do?
I suspect they buy.
I didn't know.
So the staff in the office is myself, the Chief Procurement Officer. We have a deputy who is able to do bids and all of those larger expense items. The buyer handles more of the day-to-day routine purchasing. So they're called, the buyer is kind of the industry title that we use, but that person does all of the quotes and purchases the day-to-day routine things that the departments need us to buy for them.
Oh, well, can I ask her one more question while she's up there?
Go ahead.
My question to you is do we still have the same rules that a department head can go out without going to a procurement officer for $10,000 or $15,000 under?
It's $10,000 and less.
$10,000 or less. Okay, that's all. I want to make sure.
But we encourage them to still do everything through us because we see the purchase orders when they come through. So if the department has done their own, standard business practices and checked things out, they still have to do a requisition, and that has to be approved in my office. So we're still having our eyes on all purchases that are over $500.
Oh, $500. Okay. All right. I rest my case.
All right. Okay. Further questions on purchasing? All right.
Okay, page 15, IT. Again, personal services is by contract. Office supplies, expenses, those are all level funded. Under information technology services, the software support fixed costs there's an increase of $40,000. This is the annual cost of the various softwares in the city. Nothing's been added. This is just the same software that we have now. Data processing, the $120,000 increase. That's not actually an increase. That is a line item that has, for the past several years, been in the treasurer's budget, but now it has been moved to the IT budget beginning this year. This is half the cost of the annual support for the Munis software that all the departments use. So the city pays half, and then the school department pays the other half. So this isn't an increase to this budget. It's just being moved from the treasurer's budget to the IT budget. Capital equipment, the request is down $10,000. Under PEG access and cable related, the expenses are for legal expenses. And capital equipment, that request is for the installing fiber optic cable in the Cherry Street area.
Councillor Green.
My question is specifically for the PEG access. At one point, the City of Fitchburg entered into an agreement with FATV and City Hall that the $50,000 would be divided half and half. So I'm wondering if the expense under capital equipment is for $50,000, then why the additional $25,000 under PEG?
Hi.
Hi.
It's not necessarily about the fiber completely. It's also the EOC. There has been some conversations about the EOC needing to be brought up to speed technology-wise. And that $25,000 is there as a placeholder in case we need to buy something to help facilitate that process. That is to benefit cable subscribers.
Will that take place?
And by the way, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. If we don't need that this year, that money goes directly back into PEG. Both those accounts, the first $25,000 is for legal costs in case there is any legal cost to negotiate with Verizon or Comcast, and the other is the $25,000 as a safety net if we need to do anything in the EOC. Or if we have any issues with the fiber, we have that $70,000 for the fiber still for the build out. As soon as hopefully in the next month we'll start trenching that. That money's not going to that. It's only if there was something specific that we needed. It's just a placeholder. Sorry.
Okay, so, all right, that's all I needed to know. Okay. Thank you.
And I'd be glad to explain that more to you anytime.
I understand it just as I hate to say like a buffer for this year where everything is so tight, but for the just in case, it's allocated there if we run into trouble with the EOC.
Yeah, we take that spending of that money very seriously. We don't just spend it on anything. This would be specifically related to that type of use.
Right. No, and my question wasn't ever as a derogatory that it would be mismanagement or anything like that. But you do know that we, franchise fees have gone down. We've seen that over the past few years. And, FATV is dear to many of us. So the thought of us, not having a local access television to provide everything that they have, it's concerning on, okay, what and how do we maneuver?
So, Counselor, I don't disagree in any way, but
neither do I.
I do have to hold you to the question.
Thank you.
Neither do
I. Vice President Van Hazinga.
Thank you. So my question is also about the PEG, and it's more, so just very briefly to set up my question, FATV is funded through the contracts with the cable providers who are required to pay towards it. And then previously they went straight to FATV, and now they're kind of going through a holding by the city, which is then we appropriate quarterly to FATV. But that doesn't seem to be included in the budget, the money coming through to keep track of that. And I was wondering why that's being kept outside the budget, or is it possible to include that so that we can keep track of those funds, I guess?
So, according to state municipal finance laws, those are not available until they're actually received. So until we receive them, we cannot act on them.
Okay.
As opposed to what we're doing here, this is all based on taxation. We're allowed to appropriate for future taxation.
Okay, so it can't be appropriated because, but, so, like, property taxes, we haven't received our property taxes yet either.
Well, that's it. I mean, Mass General Law allows us to do what we're doing right now into
Okay.
The revenue section. We're able to list out our revenues and appropriate based on those. But the PEG receipts are classified differently. They're called receipts reserved. So you
Okay.
can't use them until they've been received. You put them into the treasury, and then you can appropriate them back out.
Would it be possible to include them as like a supplemental or a note?
There's nothing there to appropriate right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about the
Just by law.
anticipated appropriation?
Not as a budget item, I'm understanding, but as a note for the council in the budget book.
There's nothing there to appropriate. So, well, I mean, we could estimate something, but it would be a
Or
complete guess.
even historical information of what we have appropriated in the past? It's just that the financing of FATV is becoming more of a concern with the decline of cable providers, the
Right.
decline of these
Well, that could be a
franchises. So
separate
it's
report. That could definitely be a separate report. So at June 30th, I could provide a report of everything that's been received since inception. I could do that. Give you an idea of
If
what's
it's
happened.
not too much trouble, it'd be good to have just a summary
Yep.
of.
Yep, and just the nature of that fund is separate from the general fund. We just include these because they may pass through, Trevor's office.
Okay, just because even if it's outside of the city budget, we do depend greatly on FATV. I mean, for the functioning of our meetings in this office, or in this meeting space, we can't do that with FATV. So we need to make sure that even if it's not contained in this budget, that we
No,
are aware of it and are able to manage it. And
Yep, I absolutely agree, and there's no problem with providing that report, if that's what you, there's no problem with that. I'll do that for June 30th, and I'll give you, several years, 10 years or so. Okay.
Thank you very much.
And just to clarify, PEG, the money that is dedicated to FATV is 4.5% of whatever those two organizations, Comcast and Verizon, generate that in that quarter. So I just wanted to be clear on what that money is, and that's 100%. I bring it to you guys for appropriation, and then we send it directly to them.
Councilor Cruz. You are awesome.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just need some quick clarifications, I think. For software support underneath information technology services, you said that was all the software in the city. Does that include C-Click Fix?
That includes, yes, C-Click Fix is in that cost.
Okay, and the telephone beneath that, is that just landlines in the city at City Hall and DPW and police station and stuff like that?
And all of our cellular connections.
And all the cellular connections, okay, wow. And then finally, I think I might have missed it. For capital equipment in the same category, it was described as legal expenses?
Yeah, so those are the capital costs that we receive from PEG negotiations. The $25,000 is for any legal costs that we need to represent ourselves or FATV with negotiations or any issues with Comcast or Verizon for the year. And if we don't use it, that goes directly back into PEG, not into the general fund. And then the capital cost is that what we had spoke about earlier, the Cherry Street and the EOC.
And that's the one beneath under PEG access and cable related?
Yeah, those were underneath those, yeah.
Got you. So the first thing you described is capital equipment for information technology services, and the latter was capital equipment PEG access cable related. You got two capital equipment here.
Yeah, capital equipment within my budget is capital equipment replacement, servers, switches, infrastructure. I'm sorry, and then capital equipment underneath PEG is what I described. Sorry about that.
No, I think I just missed something in the initial description. So I think that was just my mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Brochman.
Question. Support city computers and went up to 30,000, approximately 30,000. What's the reason we need new computers?
I suggested it go up much higher this year. I didn't win that argument, but yeah, as you know, any software cost, anything we buy goes up at least 5%, typically a year. We try to negotiate those independently as much as we can, but once you are in a relationship with a software company, there's not much you can do but pay it. And honestly, that $30,000 does not represent 5% more across the board. So, that account keeps tightening as the body cams went into that account. There's hardly any room in there. There might not be enough room for all the software that we need. Yeah.
And so with the public safety one too, data services, what's that one?
That is any kind of police repair, car database, or computers for the police cruisers, anything that the fire department needs. I separated that line item because I just needed something in case a car was in an accident. I could quickly recover from that process. So that's what that line item is. It goes directly to the first responders, one way or the other. If there's anything left in that account, I'll buy equipment for them.
Okay.
Out of that.
And the last one, data processing. What's Munich?
That is our ERP. That is our financial database. And that's always been in our budget, just in the treasurer's budget. They moved it back to IT this year.
Oh, yeah? And what should I do? Do you keep track of all the finances?
Yeah, purchasing, financing, yeah. That's our ERP system. Yeah, that's our big server, our big database.
All right. Okay.
That pays us.
Thank you.
All right. I have a few questions. First, just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, a couple times you've said any money that doesn't get spent goes back into PEG. Now, does that mean it goes to FATV or?
No, that goes into the account that we are holding, the city, the 50% split of capital.
Okay.
PEG capital.
Yep. And then, was that a hand?
Oh, no, I'm just.
Oh, okay. Then just as a purely procedural question, why is the body cam storage under a different line item rather than the public safety data services? What was the decision process behind that?
It was just, there was no thought process there. It's software support. It is database and cloud storage. Okay. So it goes into that account, but I mean, we could easily put it in that other if you'd like to see it next year that way.
It's fine either way. I just wanted to ask. I don't have a problem with where it winds up if the number's the same, but
I don't separate their cellular use for all their phones and computers and mobile units. So it's just, I just put it in where all my other software goes.
Okay. So I don't have the language in front of me. I wish I had brought it, but based on the terms of the PEG grant statute and so forth, if I recall correctly, it's supposed to be spent not just on cable access generally, but on local access cable. So an actual local access station. So how does the Cherry Street project relate to that in terms of its allowability under the grant expenditures?
FATV, if FADV broadcast from the fire department, it will be running across that fiber back to our head end, just like this is being broadcast now. And then it will jump on a Comcast connection back to FATV. That fiber is part of this network.
Gotcha. Okay.
The intent is not to use it on that, though. Mm-hmm. It really isn't. But
and my other question, and this is purely born of my own ignorance, in the context specifically of the city, what does the help desk technician do on a daily basis? Given that, unlike in a substantially larger, more sprawling organization, most city employees are, down the hall from your office rather than calling in on a...
We have 16 locations around the city that we have equipment. So I just looked today. There were 222 people logged into our network today. when I was pulling up the numbers. We have 50 mobile notebooks that are out in the field for people to work remotely or wherever they are. He is our point person for all that help desk.
Okay.
And it's a lot. It's substantial. It's too much. Unfortunately, we don't have clerical help. I did ask for some this year. And he is also doing our weekly warrant, which is a shame, but right now it's what we have to do to survive. So.
No, I understand. Like I said, question born of my own ignorance.
No. I appreciate it. Yeah,
not...
we're stretched pretty thin, and it's a full-time job, if not more.
All right, that's it for my questions. Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trevor.
Cheers.
All right, turning to page 16, parking. We have 2 employees, a parking control supervisor and a parking control officer. Their increases are contractual, as well as the longevity. We have an overtime line that's primarily used when we have some kind of a problem, maybe in one of the parking garages. The overhead door is stuck or the elevator's not working, and I have to ask someone to stay late to meet with the repair company. That's primarily what that line would be for. Clothing allowance is also contractual. Under expenses, most everything is level funded. The request is the same as in prior years, except for parking contract services. There's an increase of $10,000 there. That is for the annual fee and per permit, issuance of each permit, there's a fee for that, for the license plate recognition system that we installed a few years ago. That was installed with grant funds, and the grant funds covered this cost for the first few years, but 2024 is the last year that it's covering, so we're going to have to add it to the budget going forward.
Questions from councilors? Councilor Green.
I don't want to disvalue the value of our parking supervisor and officer, but for paying out over $100,000, what is our return on investment? Do we receive back $100,000 in the parking department to pay for those 2 positions? What we receive back doesn't cover the entire cost of the parking function. I don't know off the top of my head if it covers the salaries per se. I mean, in addition to the salaries, obviously, there's a lot of other expenses, and what we take in does not cover all of the cost of the parking. So what is the end game? Again, because for as long as I've been on council, we've heard about this parking plan and, what revitalization and redo. Sorry, that's probably not the evening. All right, thank you. Just before I saving Anthony some time.
You sound like Paul.
Always appreciated.
Thank you.
Councilor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I also want to thank the gentlelady from Walton Street. I had kind of the same thoughts coming into this. Do we have obviously the police department writes parking tickets as well? Do we throw all that into one bundle? Does that go back? And maybe it should have been a question for the police department, but who receives parking tickets once the police write up?
Who receives the tickets, or do you mean the fines, the payments?
The money, the revenue.
The money. It gets paid into the treasurer's office. It goes into the general fund. I'm sorry. Jackie, that's not correct. Do the fines stay, or do they go into the general fund, or they stay with the parking?
I think the parking fees go into the general fund, or the fines go to the general fund, but the tickets stay here? Or is this just a parking?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether they go into the general fund or they stay with the parking function.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
but it's
this section here is meter and garage receipts. So this is people coming in parking on the street or in the garages, and that's
right
into this fund. The other goes into the general fund.
So the fines go into the general. The fines go into the general fund.
from the police department.
Yes.
Okay. And do they also, for the parking division, do they also go into the general fund as well, back to the general fund?
the tickets that the parking staff in my department issue? Is that what you're asking?
Correct. The control supervisor.
Yes, all the fines go into the general fund.
Okay. But like the gentle lady from Walton Street alluded to, it's safe to assume that we're losing money with the cost of this department versus what we're gaining in revenue from the fines given.
Yes, there's also receipts for parking permits, so there's other receipts. But I think overall that the cost of the parking function is more than we're taking in.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Vice President Van Hazinga.
Thank you, Mr. President. So in our conversations, one of the reasons why receipts are down is that we stopped charging for parking on Main Street. We actually physically took out the meters, so it's not something we can easily start up again to start generating more revenue that way. The plan was to move to a kiosk or a phone system or something like that, but that it would require an additional infrastructure investment before we can start charging that way again and generating increased revenue to offset these expenses. Do we have an idea of just the rough, what is the investment cost to get that system up and running for Main Street to begin to charge for parking again if we wanted to do so?
I do not have any figures on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to note, I've been looking into this, on a quick basis, and speaking with a few mayors, the city manager in Worcester, talking about installing kiosks, and then I was talking with another mayor, and they suggested that the parking company will pay for any kiosk installation as well, for a cut of a cut of the fines. So
they make the investment and then they would take their end out of the receipts, so that we would.
That was suggested. I haven't had enough time to fully research that, but okay. I think a pay-by-phone system, in addition to what we currently have, might help.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Councilor Fleming.
Yeah, I want to go back to the parking control supervisor and the parking control officer.
Yes.
Are both these individuals out on the street?
Yes, the parking control officer is on the street all the time. The parking control supervisor is on the street, but he also has other duties. He maintains the garage. He works, as I mentioned earlier, he works with repair people. So he has other things. He also issues permits for the parking garages in the parking lot.
Okay, so what would you say his office duty versus his street duty? What's the split, like a 50-50?
I'd say he's not in the office very much. Not in our office. There is an office at the garages. I'd say he's probably on the street at least 50% of the time. But I'd have to ask him to really know, but that would be my guess.
Just a little clarification on the garage doors. Are we talking the gates or actual garage doors?
There's an overhead door in the Putnam garage. When I mentioned a garage door, that's what I was really referring to.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilor Boschman.
I just want to verify for Ann. I have used her men up in my area for parking on the streets, and I think it was Paul that came up numerous times to raise some tickets because the cars were parked on the sidewalk, brand new sidewalks. So I just want to make that clear. But he does go around, and so if they want to raise revenue, they're going to have them go around more often everywhere.
So I have a few questions on this. One is it necessary, or let me rephrase, if and when we were to have a facilities manager again, obviously not this year, would there be any reason for it to be the parking control supervisor meeting with maintenance people and so forth? Does he have any special expertise in that area that is needed for that, or is it just because he's the person who's available?
No, he doesn't have any special expertise in parking garages or anything. In fact, the facilities manager that we had previously was very helpful to us in certain aspects of things. He did have some knowledge about construction. We had to replace some heating units, so he had some expertise about that, so he was very helpful.
And about how large, I know we've discussed this before, but about how large is the territory that these two people cover? I know it's mostly downtown and the surrounding environs.
It is. It's the downtown, it's the 2 parking garages, it's the Day Street lot. There are some parking spots in the intermodal garage on the ground floor that they patrol. They patrol Main Street and some of the side streets in front of the senior center in that area. And so that's primarily where they patrol.
And the plate readers that we have now, are those functional for essentially all parking purposes except the meters, or are they still manually recording how long someone's been in a 2-hour parking spot or something like that?
I believe they're definitely used for the parking garages. I'm not sure if they're being used on the street or not, or if it's still just being done strictly manually.
Okay. Because my follow-up question to that is, going forward with the electronic plate reader and the ability to drive around and snapshot the plates digitally and so forth, do we still need 2 people working full-time to patrol the restricted parking spots, especially as we're loosening and eliminating a lot of those restrictions?
I think I answered your previous question incorrectly. So there are cameras mounted in the garages that see the traffic going in and out, and the camera that's on the vehicle is used on the streets. So, and as far as whether we need these people, I think, I know when you and Councillor Van Hazengo were talking with us at some of our budget discussions, we did talk about just taking a look at the overall parking program or function and asking some of these questions, and I think that's a good idea. I think we need to sort of have an overall look at it and see where we're going with it.
Right, because, I'm just trying to figure out whether an additional $42,000 is an efficient investment of our funds for the relatively small number of spots that need to be monitored and so on. But that answers my question. Any further questions from other councillors? Councillor Schultz.
In thinking about the parking control officer and the whole idea of them, I would imagine historically that we looked at these people that we didn't have police officers walking the beat to do this, which was historically what was done many years ago. So I would imagine we were saving quite a bit of money to employ these people to do that. Of course, then it comes into the whole question of, I get calls sometimes from my constituents, senior citizens.
Councillor,
I should say older.
I'm sorry, I have to ask for the question.
The question is, we're saying, well, geez, do we get rid of these people? But maybe there is a cost savings here if we go back to historically having police officers do this function. Has that ever been discussed, I guess is my question.
I have not had a discussion with anyone on that.
Okay. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councillor Boschman.
I just want to tell you something. We're giving too much stuff for free.
Councillor.
That's it. That's
Okay.
my line. I'm just telling you, everything's for free.
Okay. I did have a follow-up question. Now I forgot it. Thank you, Paul. If you'll just bear with me for just a second. If I don't think of it right away, I'll move on. Nope, it's gone. I'll send you an email sometime in the next week. Any further questions on the parking sub-department? All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to Tax collection and treasury on page 17. Again, same line as I used pretty much for all the personal services. These increases are either by ordinance or by contract. We did make a request to try to get the position back that we had lost 4 years ago, but that was not funded in this budget. Under expenses, again, if you look under the data processing line, that was the cost for the Munis software that I mentioned that was moved over to the IT budget. So that's the reason for that $115,000 decrease there. Temporary services, we did have a temp in our office in the past year that is no longer needed. Under tax title foreclosure, there is no request for the year coming up, and that is because I actually have funds encumbered, over $80,000 in funds encumbered, and since we're in a tight budget year, rather than let that sit there and continue to grow, we'll be using the encumbered funds in the coming fiscal year.
Questions? Councillor Fleming.
Okay, so the treasurer, that's you. You are leaving.
Right.
And this salary is the salary you are currently making.
Yep.
And it's funded for a new person.
Yes.
Coming in, making that salary.
Yes.
That you are leaving in, not starting at a lower salary, coming in at your salary.
Correct.
And why is that? Do we know?
I was not involved in the hiring or compensation for the new person.
Based upon the qualifications of the person and the applicant pool, and the amount of some things that need to be done within the department, we thought that salary, actually she's starting at 112, but that will be for a short amount of time, and then it'll be 115,372.
We have somebody coming in starting at a salary when we have somebody else running other departments who have been here for years that are still not even at that level, whose job is still as important as this.
I think that each level of, there are different responsibilities, certainly, for each department and each department head, and it can be difficult to, obviously, to compare those. What we can do is to compare to like positions or the same positions in other communities. It gets a little bit more difficult. Everybody's job is important. Everyone's level of responsibility, and certainly when it comes to the fiduciary responsibility of this position in that department, we thought that salary was justified.
So who is the collaboration of who decides the salary?
Oh, yeah.
Who collaborates on the salary?
So we did, obviously the mayor, myself, the auditor was involved as well as part of the search committee and interview team, and certainly that decision was made on who was going to get hired. And then, as with pretty much any other salary or position, when we are hiring someone, it is based upon, again, the needs of the position, of that, the qualifications of the position, and I don't want to say all positions are critical, but obviously in this particular position, there's a large fiduciary responsibility involved. So we talked about that, obviously, with the applicant, with the candidate. For this position, again, there's a lot of work that has been obviously ongoing in the Treasurer's Department. And we have a new payroll manager, obviously, that just started due to Sue Denuzio's retirement. And then there are other things that we're trying to streamline with the school department. And so based upon those things and her knowledge of the city and the department, because it is the assistant treasurer that is taking the position, and based upon her experience in the city as opposed to the applicant pool, which was more centered on towns, the decision was made to tie her with that salary.
Okay, I'm not going to get into people's particular salaries, but I think we have a department here that the head of that department is certainly being, not giving her salary that she should be receiving, and someone coming in from the outside as a new hire is coming in making more than the person on the DAP, and their department is a critical department to this city.
She's not going to be making more. However, I do agree with what you're saying, that the salary in that position was too low. It absolutely was. I wholeheartedly agree.
Thank you.
Councillor Brochman.
I share the same sentiment as she does, but I want to go to the other one, benefits manager. I want to know why we're not promoting in-house first, and we're going on the outside.
Councillor, we're not talking about who's in the positions tonight. If you want to know why they're being paid a certain amount, that's a question for tonight.
Okay, then I'll bring that one. Let's go with the treasurer's correction. Right, first one there. The person comes in well, I know she works in the office, and she comes in and she's going right to the top of the line. I never heard.
Do you have a question that wasn't asked by Councillor Fleming?
Yeah, the same question, but my question is, there's no basic rules here. It's the highest bidder.
Councillor, that's not a question.
Well, it's the highest bidder.
Councillor, we can talk about that next week.
Well, we're going to talk
tonight
about
is only questions, and that question was asked and answered.
Well, we'll talk about it. Be ready, Sue.
I will. I just want to say one thing. Just please keep in mind, I'm not going to answer questions about specific employees, their abilities, or anybody who applied for any positions. So if you have questions about something beyond the position, I will be more than happy to answer that. I'm not going to discuss candidates that applied for the job.
And that's entirely appropriate.
And respectful. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm going to say.
Do I have any other questions on the treasurer's department? I have two. One is just for understanding purposes. The data processing line item, I know it got moved to IT. What is the 7,000 residual there?
That is for forms that we need to buy, blank check stock, W-2 forms, 1099s, 1095 forms.
Okay, makes sense. And the other question, the clerical line item.
Yes.
Was 2 full-time equivalent last fiscal year. It's going up to 3. Is that position filled?
It was 3.
No, it was 3 a few years ago, and now it's 2.
FY20.
Oh, I see.
Dropped from 3 to...
I was reading it backwards. All right. Thank you. My colleague has handled that, and I have no further question on that. Councillor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had a fair bit of outgoing department heads this year, and you're one of them, and we've been complimentary, and I would be remiss if I didn't say that you've done a wonderful job, and this job is a lot more than just numbers, and you've been terrific at every bit of it, so thank you very much for your service to the city. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've never in my life been applauded so much.
Well, that's something we need to rectify.
And they're going to keep on coming.
Get my handkerchief out.
And Councillor Cruz, by the way, if at any time I miss your hand on the screen, feel free to unmute and just catch my attention. I will try very hard not to miss it.
You know I will, Mr. President, but thank you for mentioning that. Thank you.
No problem. All right.
And, so are we all set with that then? On page 18, we have a debt service, and that is a fixed amount. This is what we owe for our debt service in the coming year. So.
What? Oh, go ahead. You can go first.
Oh, was it about this?
No, I wasn't going to get to that one yet. I was going to ask about the...
I just had a question on the reserve for capital spending. This is a new expense this year, $10,000. I know we had been putting aside the $500,000 for the future debt service, but I thought that was coming out of free cash. I was curious what this is and why it's appearing.
Yield to you.
So what this is we do have that money set aside to help with future debt service. But above and beyond that, we still need to sort of carve out a piece of the pie for even more than that. So this is allowing a little bit more expansion in this this line item so that in fiscal 26, 7, and 8, it's going to be adequate to cover the debt service.
So it's going to the same purposes as...
Yeah, it's just, we have it in here to hold the space, but it will be available for capital during the upcoming year. We can spend this, yeah, but it's all, it's meant to just carve out a space in the general fund budget.
Oh, okay, so
future,
it's not a reserve for debt, I'm misreading, it's not debt service, it's capital.
Yeah, and the reason you see zeros before that, we've done this for a couple years now, and we've spent that money. Like part of the purchase of Dunkin' Donuts came part of that.
Okay, so next year,
part of
when we
those
look at the
fundings.
budget, it'll be moved to another department.
Yeah, you can
wherever we
appropriate
spend
that for one of these, one of your priority projects.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand that better now. Thank you.
So just to follow up on that briefly, if I'm understanding this correctly, this is not a new line item. This is something that has been in previous budgets, but it just doesn't show up because the previous years are listing what we spent rather than what we
Because
budgeted.
what you'll do is you'll appropriate out of here into another budget. So, for example, the purchase of Dunkin' Donuts, part of that came from here, and now you'll see it in the community development budget as land purchase.
Right. And I should know that, but my memory isn't perfect. What could you tell me? What in the last, let's say, 2 or 3 years, what amount did we have in the budget?
Well, last year it was about $360,000. It wasn't very much. I can't speak to the year before. I'm not sure.
I have the FY22 budget, and FY22 requested was $867,000. FY21 was $1.2 million.
And you said those were requested. What ended up?
That's reserved for capital spending.
And that ended up actually being budgeted, or that was the requested?
No, as you can see in this year's budget, it's zeroed out.
Okay, so
as Auditor Cronin.
So in previous years, we didn't actually put it in the budget. It was just a requested line item?
If you look at your previous budgets, it's shown just like it is the $710,000 for this year, except in FY22 it was shown as $867,000. In FY21 it was $1.2 million. I can pull.
And that was actually the budgeted number, not just the request.
That's the budgeted number, right? But you don't see that number that continues here
because
it's used
it was
for other purposes.
Okay. So, were you all set?
Yep.
So on that same topic, given that, obviously we went down last year because we were in a bit of a budget crunch, what would happen? I'm not the finance guy. What would happen if we level funded this from last year rather than going from the 300 some odd thousand to the 710 this year?
So what would happen is in fiscal 26, when we go to appropriate for debt service, there'll be a massive spike. So rather than go up, from the 700 to say $1 million, you'll be going up from 0 to $1 million.
Gotcha. Okay. My only other question is, obviously, I know it's a fixed cost, and so there's no changing it, but what does the $180,000 in short-term debt interest represent?
Actually, we are going to issue a bond anticipation note next month for approximately $3.6 million, and the 180 is the estimated interest that we're going to pay on it in actually next June.
Okay, and that is going to come before us. What is that going to be for?
That's for the Crocker School. It's already
Okay.
been, the loan order's already been before.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Just wanted to make sure I was straight on that. Councillor Green.
Of the $715,000 set aside for capital spending, would any of that money, looking forward, be used for road paving?
It's possible. Any of the capital needs that the city has, that would be a potential source of revenue.
So as it is right now, that's kind of a soft cushion.
It's an available fund. Yep.
Available for if and when we need it, unrestricted on if and when we need it.
I think we would want to spend it on capital. I don't think we'd want to transfer it to something within the budget that is not sustainable. It would be for a one-time purchase, a one-time expenditure.
Okay, thank you.
And just to ask one more question on that line item. So I asked what would happen if we level funded it. What determined the specific number this year? Like, just hypothetically, why isn't it, 30,000 higher, 30,000 lower, or 50,000 higher? What,
Yeah, so if you recall, several years back, Auditor Brooks presented with the green sheet, the pink sheet, the yellow sheet. So we call that a debt study. And this time of year, we look at that and we say, okay, what projects do we have out there? When are they going to come due? So basically, what this line does, it's just regulates the impact from year to year on the general fund budget. So we don't want to be spending the $700,000 on salaries and then not have it available to meet the debt service requirements in a couple years. So we're keeping it here. So it's making sure that from year to year, as much as we can tell them, it's still a crystal ball, but you're just keeping an even increase. So I think the increase, when we use this number, I think the increase from last year to next year might be $300,000 that will have to come out of next year's budget. But this softens the blow. Otherwise, it might be $1 million.
Gotcha. Okay. So basically,
so where last year this was $350,000, now it's $700,000.
Next year, $1 million.
Right.
Okay. So basically, the necessity of this is to make fewer hard choices next year.
It's to prepare for future years. Instead of a spike of where are we going to find this $1 million, we've built it into the budget.
All right.
And I think it's going to peak in 26, 27, 28, and then it will go down again. Unless, of course, we, venture into more borrowing.
Okay. Thank you for explaining. Any other questions on the debt service? All right. Thank you very much.
If there are no other questions, if it's acceptable to everyone without objection, I know that the building director has a time limit, and I was wondering if we'd be able to move to building inspectional services next, if there's no objection.
That's where I was going.
Anyone have a problem with that?
I have one.
Does anyone have a real problem with that?
Page 27.
All right, that's fine.
Thank you. Page 27 for you that are keeping track at home. The budget increase for the building department went from $664,020 to $703,000. Oh, one moment. All right, yeah, okay. Sorry, I got turned around. To $703,676, or an increase of $39,656, roughly 6%. Increase in salaries to the building commissioner reflects the full year's salary, as opposed to a portion of the salary last year. Local building, plumbing, and wiring inspectors reflect contractual raises and increased in both COLA and step increases. This budget reflects the reduction of a half full-time or a half position clerk stenographer. The department reconfigured after the retirement of the head clerk. The assistant inspectors are covered, a line item for the wire and plumbing inspectors in their absences when they have to hire out inspectors for when they are unable to or unavailable to do inspections. In the fiscal year 2024, contracted service is no longer necessary, as now that number is reflected in the building commissioner's line item. That being said, if there are any questions, we have Acting Building Commissioner Felix here, who will be able to answer any questions.
Councillor Fleming. I'm sorry, I did have Vice President Van Hazinga before that.
So I guess looking at the salary increases for the staff in the building department, as in other departments, I assume it's contractual, it's the annual COLA increase and the step increases. Looking at almost all the other salaries, the increase has been, just the 3-something% for the COLA increase and up to 7-something% factored in with the step increase. With the 4 inspector positions, the increases show much higher. They're about 10 to 14%. I was just wondering, has there been a change in staffing? Is there or some other change in compensation that explains that larger increase than the other positions?
There is not, and that was noticed today. And what we're going to do, because it was noticed kind of at the 11th hour, is we're going to review those line items to make sure that they actually are accurate.
Okay.
There might have been an issue with the matrix that was, no pun intended, I guess, but...
It's in the matrix.
So we're going to review the matrix and see if that is correct, and we will let you know if it
Okay, yeah, that'd be
stands or
great if
not.
you could just reach out to us and let us know just
Certainly.
our purposes as soon as possible. The other question is, Commissioner Zemmel, you've done a great job filling in for the previous building commissioner. I know it's been on a contractual sort of temporary basis. Does this budget assume that the building commissioner will be hired at a regular position salary, and go for appointment and stuff like that? Or?
At this point in time, as of April 1st, I am a full-time employee of the City of Fitchburg. I'm no longer contractual through the company.
Okay.
Being paid on the wage and salary classification as the building commissioner. Okay. I'm still in an acting temporary role right now as we're figuring out with the mayor's office and with the rest of the city whether this arrangement will work for the long term for the city. If the determination is that it will work, then I believe the mayor is planning on bringing an appointment in front of the council at some point.
Okay, good. I'm glad just some work is being done to find a permanent solution. I just hate being in limbo perpetually, and I'm sure it's not good for you either.
But yes, I am full-time with the city.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fleming.
Yes, thank you. And I want to echo the sentiments of Councillor Van Hazinga. I think that the building commissioner is doing an excellent job. He's very receptive. He's right on top of things, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. So my question is regarding the principal clerk and stenographer. Was this a full-time position that's now been reduced to a part-time position, 20?
So originally we had 2 full-time positions, principal clerk, stenographer, and a head clerk. Our longtime head clerk retired a few months ago, and we've had the position posted, and we've been doing a needs assessment for the department as we're looking at this. And we thought about the idea of maybe not backfilling it, but what I'm finding is because of the budget crunch, because we're not able to fill the inspector roles that I had requested, the local building inspector, which was cut by the previous mayor in last year, I believe, and the need for a wiring inspector. What's been happening since the head clerk retired is that we're paying overtime to the remaining clerical person to come in a half an hour early so that we have continuous service. We're also having inspectors and myself staying in the office during her lunch hour, which is taking away time from inspections, and where we have our wiring inspector who's supposed to be doing inspections within two business days of being called for an inspection. He's out 2 weeks scheduling, and we're having our alternate inspector coming in a few times a week as backup so that we can stay on top of the wiring inspections. And we're having a little bit slower time being able to process permits and enforcement actions, and we're spending a lot more time on administrative roles with the local building inspectors that could have been offset by that third inspector who was cut by the previous mayor. And so because of that, in order to keep our staff in the field as much as possible and not impact the services to the community, we instead are looking for that part-time principal clerk stenographer who will be able to be there to provide that continuity, provide that lunch coverage, provide vacation coverage as well, so that we really are able to keep the office going during business hours.
Thank you. I really believe it's important to have people in the field, and so I appreciate that. Thank you. That was all.
Councillor Boschman.
You have to excuse me because I'm kind of hard of hearing, but I want to go back to you on the building commissioner. Now, you told us that you're permanently on as a full-time employee, right?
Yes.
Does that mean that you're going to be permanently full-time at the City Hall?
I'm not permanent. I'm still temporary, as I told President Zarella, as the mayor, myself, and the city are trying to figure out whether the current arrangement works. Currently, I am putting in at least 35 hours a week to the city. I'm in the office at least 2 days a week, and I'm available, as many of the councilors, yourself included, know, during off hours outside of regular hours on a very regular basis. So I'm in the office at least 2 days a week. There have been a number of occasions since this started where I've come in 3 or 4 days a week, but as a regular occurrence, it's in the office physically at least 2 days a week.
All right, because I don't know if I can say that, I better wait to the budget cuts. Let's go back to the, which one did they cut, the mayor cut last year?
There was a vacant building inspector position that was not filled last year.
That was Tom Zupa's old position.
Yeah.
When he resigned, they didn't backfill the position, then they defunded it and transferred the money to a different department.
Yeah, because conservation, that's what we did. We gave it to conservation. Because we would lose the money, we figured conservation could help out. Can I ask this question? If we, my question to you, then you can ask the question.
Okay.
Is that if we raise the fees, we could hire back the person.
I am actively working with the mayor and with our team about raising the fees. I actually just gave a sample to the assessor earlier today when we were meeting, where I showed him what the new fee schedule is going to be, was going to potentially look like, so that we can make the fees so that they're more transparent, more honest. We're incorporating a few nuances into the fee schedule so that it's easier and more fixed fee instead of relying on contractors telling us how much the job is going to be and then us having to argue with them about what the real value of the work should be. And that should be coming before this council shortly.
My final question to you is, my biggest complaint, what I heard out there, the biggest complaint was it takes so long to get an inspector to inspect. Is that true? I'm only going by what people tell me.
For our wiring inspector, it takes about 2 weeks. Our building inspectors are usually the same day or the next day. Sometimes if we have a lot of school inspections, or for example, we had to inspect Wallace Towers with the fire department, and that took us a couple of days to do, then inspections might be delayed a day or two, but no longer than that. And plumbing inspection is usually the same day or the next day as well.
And permits, you get permits quite fast?
So statutorily, we have 30 days to review permits. Typically, a permit doesn't sit on my desk for more than a week without having something heard from me. I can tell you, as of right now, I have answered every single permit application request that has come in through this afternoon. So the longest that I've gone without giving any feedback has been about a week and a half. We have some bigger projects like the Idlewild that take 3 weeks, 4 weeks to get them full comments back, but the small ones are usually within 48 hours.
Okay. I rest my case. I'm all done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
I have just two quick questions. One is just, Chris, you mentioned you're going to be reviewing those line items to make sure they're accurate. Can we, I know everyone's really busy, but can we count on getting word back on that by end of day on Tuesday so that everyone has ample time to think about?
We could have that for you tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
It's readily available. It's just I don't have it.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I completely understand. Lots of numbers. It's easy to have one or two out of line. I just want to make sure that everyone on the council has the full picture before the deadline for submitting any recommendations or cuts. And the other question, and please don't take this personally, Felix, but I just have to ask. Doing the math real quick and knowing that we had last year, the $45,000 represents the previous building commissioner's salary through his departure date, and then the $65,000 represents what we paid on a contract basis. Totaling those up and then comparing to the budgeted line item for this year, there's a $22,000 increase this year. I guess I don't have really a specific question other than talk to me about that.
So first of all, we actually just closed out the PO for the contractual, and there was still, I believe, $11,000 or $12,000 remaining on that contract that had not been expended.
Okay.
So as a point on that, I think the auditor could probably give more clarity on that. I know that I'm at the same grade, but one step higher than the previous building commissioner was. That's where I was hired.
So that lines up with the actual budgeted amount for last year?
Gotcha.
6.6%, which is a step.
Perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood that properly because on any given item in the budget, I know I might get grilled on it, and I want to have the answers. Councilor Green.
Speaking to that point, excuse me, am I to understand that every department in the city is still using the matrix where it's grades and steps?
Yes, that's
Okay.
my understanding.
Okay. I just want to be clear that every department is still using that matrix as far as like how and when we pay so that it's a
That would be a better
payroll,
question.
not a personal. You know what I mean? There's a separation that it's the same rules in every department depending on grades and steps.
I'd defer to Susan Davis from Human Resources.
Yes. Each contract has their own matrix. There are either 1 year steps or 2 year steps. Nothing's changed with any of that in terms of a COLA or a step increase, unless it's negotiated from a 2 year or 1 year. But most everything is 2 year.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions on the building department? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Shall we move on to community development then?
At your leisure.
All right, let's do it. So, community development, page 19.
Oh, we're going backwards now.
We'll start with the personal services. Just begins, as usual, with the salaries. You can run through them. And then we have down near the bottom, let's see, the clothing allowance is contractual. That's based on having the principal planner, senior project manager, conservation agent have to be in the field frequently. Expenses, all staying relatively similar to last year. There's additional contracted services that's fully funded through grant money from Creative Cities and CDBG. So that will be fully covered through grant funds. We have our department head present. So any questions I can answer myself, or we have an expert here too. So feel free to refer to her.
Just real quick before I go to Councillor Fleming, I just want to confirm my understanding on this. The increase on the conservation agent line item is because the last year was not a full year pay, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Councillor Fleming.
My question's on the contracted services. So we have nothing for 2024, and then we have 44,460. What is the service that is being contracted?
It would be the downtown coordinator, who is no longer going to be funded by the Fitchburg State University. We are using our CDBG funds that for the downtown coordinator CDBG funds that was going to the university. So that funding is really unchanging, but it's going to be a contract for the services instead of an employee. We don't have extra city money to have a full-time employee here. There's also $18,000 in Creative Cities funding that can also go towards the contract services. So unfortunately, it's not going to be a full-time position. It's going to be a contracted position, but it's, in my opinion,
it's still
vital
out of
to
the budget.
continue to have that downtown coordination service.
It's still out of the budget.
It is 100% grant funded.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay. My apologies.
Any other questions? Councillor Van Hazinga.
This is similar to my question in regards to the building department inspectors. Just there's a few positions just going through and looking at the changes in salary. President Zarella, or I believe it was President Zarella, mentioned the conservation agent. Also the community development administrator, administrative assistant, program manager assistant. Is this related with new employees coming in during FY24 and vacancies and screwing up the comparison? Is that the issue?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, our personnel service budget is a bit of a mess.
No, I remember there being a lot of turnover in hiring and people leaving, so that's why it's not a clean comparison there. Okay.
It's a very convoluted comparison this year, unfortunately, because we have at least 4 new hires or changes in position.
All right. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Councillor Fleming.
To travel and meetings, where are we traveling?
So that line item can vary quite a bit, but we do have a couple of conferences that we go to every year, NCDA, which is the National Community Development Association. We only stay regionally. We don't go to Washington or places like that. Various meetings across the state. Sometimes there are grant awards, and we're receiving a grant, but it's in another community, and we have to travel there. So that travel and training actually does ebb and flow quite a bit on how much gets used, and really only represents a city amount. So if it's a grant-funded activity, so we go to NCTA conference in Worcester, and there's travel expense, that's actually charged to CDBG. So this really only it mostly reflects the city funds.
So is that one person going, or?
No, we have a staff of 9. So there are, I mean, not that all 9 are going to meetings, but I would say there's 5 of us that are regularly, well, not regularly, periodically attending different meetings off-site.
Is it, I mean, do you have to have that many people?
And some of it is also our planning, our principal planner and our conservation agent have to do site visits. So that's part of their job is to go.
For the travel and meetings, so that's, I'm still.
So that would be travel. That would be mileage, yeah. So we don't get a separate mileage allocation.
Oh, you don't have a vehicle?
We don't have vehicles. So this is all related to mileage.
Okay, all right.
Or the cost of a meeting.
Okay.
Councillor Brochman.
Liz, two questions. The opera funds, who's going to pay for that to oversee opera funds?
That is a couple of folks. It's really a portion of primarily two folks. Kim, our community development administrator, who also manages CDBG, so she manages the ARPA contracts and the billing, and our program management assistant, who also helps with the billing.
And my final question, but I don't want you to take this bad or fact. I compare you guys with some other communities, and we have more people in your department than in other communities. Why is that?
Respectfully, I would say if you're comparing us to Leominster, they actually have more people. Their budget, their departments are made up differently. So, for instance, with Leominster, they have a full-time planner, an assistant planner, and an admin assistant, all for just planners. We have one full-time planner and one admin assistant who's shared by 9 staff in total. We have one conservation agent. Most communities have one conservation agent. We have the one outlier might be we have a full-time project manager that is partially CDBG funded.
Yes.
She's 45% general fund. But then we have folks that are managing our CDBG and our home funds. So there's several full-time and part-time jobs there.
All right. And I noticed that we don't put, I've been watching it for a couple of years, we don't put any more money not from the CDBG fund through demolition.
We have not allocated additional CDBG funds into demolition, but you wouldn't necessarily see that reflected in this budget. That would be part of a CDBG annual action plan that gets allocated.
All right.
It is about time to start looking at some demolition.
All right. All right. Right now, I'll yield the floor because I got a couple of questions. I'm sounding to act like you. I forgot what I was going to say.
It happens. And I will just briefly confirm, because I have looked into it myself, Leominster's budget hides the ball on a lot of things that our budget has always been much more transparent about. So it's hard to do a one-to-one comparison department to department.
Right. Their economic development staff is embedded into their mayor's office.
Mm-hmm. Councilor Schultz.
Yeah, I just noticed one line item. I just was wondering, Liz, about marketing. It seemed to me last fiscal year we tried to do some marketing and it kind of didn't turn out. So I'm hoping you got some exciting news on the marketing front for us with the
yes, and well, in this the very low marketing number for the projected is probably going to come in close to $2,000. So I did under project that what we had decided to do, and in previous budget years, one of the expenses in our marketing budget is paying for a subscription called CoStar. And that gives us this sort of behind-the-scenes commercial real estate data. It used to be about $3,000 a year. It jumped up to about $5,500. So that normally we'd be paying it right at this time. So when we went into budget preparation, we decided we're not going to renew that subscription. So that's why you see that much lower number there. But what we plan to do, and this is still something that's going to take a little bit of time, is to put a few signs, permanent sign structures in various locations around the city, and then we would be paying to have event like the small plastic corrugated signs that you see like lawn signs. We'd be paying to put those at the different permanent sign structures to advertise all the different events that we have. So similar to if you drive around Leominster, you'll see that they have a number of freestanding signs and the events are always changing. Or in Gardner, I think they do it with banners. So different communities do different things, but we need to start pushing out all of the wonderful events that we have to make sure that all of our community understands them. And it's also an opportunity to market different things and share more information. So that's the plan with a portion of our marketing budget.
Thank you, Liz. I yield the floor.
And I would like to say on that, I think Leominster does a great job with their street signs, and every entry in there is telling you what's happening. And I've worked with the state to try to get some for here, because even for the elections, because it's a great way to utilize them during election season to let people know when they need to vote.
Right.
And so I think if we universally, as a city hall, say what other departments could utilize this signage and split it among the city, it would be a great resource. And I know our DPW right now has two that are broke.
Right.
The school has one on South Street. Is the one on South? What's that one on South Street by Wachusett? Not South Street, Water Street by Wachusett Potato Chip. There's one there that's broke. So if we could get those up and running, because I just think they're beneficial for everybody in the city. Sorry.
About communication.
Let's see. Councilor Fleming.
Yeah, I just had a question on the land purchase. $550,000, that was...
That was the Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought it was. So, okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Councilor Green.
Again, so the increases in the salaries, I don't want to get into specifics, but again, are we following the same matrix, I guess, for lack of a better term, on, there's $8,000 increases, there's $6,000 increases, there's $10,000 increases.
So the $10,000 increase is a reflection of the fact that the conservation agent hasn't been a full-time conservation agent this entire year. So that isn't a reflection of an increase, like a step increase. It's because in the $57,000 in FY24 projected doesn't represent a full year.
Right. Oh, more specifically then, when we've got the admin assistant part-time at $50,000? $50,000 for a part-time admin assistant.
It was part-time in FY23. It's full-time now. It's a full-time position. In FY23, it was part-time. That is confusing, the way that was.
Oh, okay. All right. And then again, contractually, this is maybe to HR versus community development, but should we then expect to see this amount of increase going forward, or was that just because of how their contract was, maybe a 1-1-2 or a 2-1? Or I'm just thinking about from 2022 to 2024, in a matter of 2 years, there's been a, $14,000 increase.
In the director line item?
Yeah, so I'm looking at 110,000 in 2022, and then over to FY24, 124, 550.
So that 22 would have been Tom Swarovski. That was fiscal 22. Then in fiscal 23, I totally lost time.
23 was the transition year.
Was the transition year. So that was Liz. Then when Liz took over as the ED, then her salary went to 116, and now this is a step increase, that dollar amount. So no, those steps, I'm sure they're 2 years.
Yeah,
they're all 2 years. Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing that I think that gets a little wonky is if somebody comes in, and it depends on at what point they come in within that 2 years. So, for example, I don't want to go too far, but just not to confuse anybody. For instance, if you start before January 1st and you're in a 2-year step, you're going to get a step increase a year and a half later on July 1st. But if you start after January 1st, you're going to end up waiting like 2.5 years. So that does get a little bit, and want to say, I honestly, we've got Tracy and Melissa and Chantel. Chantel's probably been here, the planner, she's probably been here now
About
for
a
year. So Tracy and Melissa are within the
Maribel.
last, and Maribel, who's the housing development director who took Liz's place, based upon their start dates, that's probably what this is. But they are 2-year steps. If they started like after January 1st, or after, then they're going to wait 2.5 years for a step, essentially. So it'll level out.
I was officially hired in December, so I'm in the 1.5.
So she's
step.
right.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, because you need some sort of cutoff date. I know that sounds a little wacky, but you need some sort of cutoff date. So I know that Dick Saracen and Jackie had determined at some point that was the best way to do it. Yeah, but I think that's why. So long answer, apologies. No, you won't see this.
Okay.
Like every year. You shouldn't see this dollar amount, next year. We can certainly give you a projection on next year of who's going to go where. We can do that.
I mean, not at this time. Yeah.
Yeah, just for clarity, because that's it can be a little confusing.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilor Brochman?
Liz, the Conservation Commissioner,
Sir.
how's she working out? Good?
Great.
It's
been great.
Is it well worth it? Are we...
Absolutely. Doing more enforcement than ever.
Are we? Okay.
She's doing more enforcement than we've ever been able to do. And we had one person that was doing 2 jobs for a very long time, and they were incredibly dedicated. I don't want to, but it was hard to keep up. That person had a really hard time keeping up, and things did fall by the wayside, and it was no fault of their own. Having this additional staff has allowed both planning and conservation to be more effective.
So the city of Fitchburg will be able to see some changes on conservation.
I'd like to think we're already seeing those changes.
All right. I'm in favor of it, so don't get me wrong. I'm just asking the question. I voted for it. All right. That was my question. They thought about it after.
All right. Councilor Cruz.
My apologies, Mr. President. I took my hand down. I'm going to hold off.
All set? Okay. I have just a few questions. One is I wanted to go back to that administrative assistant position. Mm-hmm. I'm just a little confused about the timeline here because it says on the budget, and you said when Councilor Green was asking, I believe it was Councilor Green was asking, that it was part-time in 23 and now is full-time. But in FY23, I'm showing a $47,000 salary, which seems more in line with the full-time.
It's because it's the same person.
Yeah. It was
part-time person became full-time. So that's
partway through 23? Oh, okay,
yes.
gotcha.
So that's why.
Okay.
That would be a great part-time job, wouldn't it? 50 grand, I'm going to work.
I'd take it.
Right.
It's that same person who then moved in to the conservation agent position. Okay. So she's very multi-talented.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
Part of the mess that is our personnel budget right now.
There's only so much you can reflect in a simple spreadsheet. The other question is, what is, and again, I should know this, I'm sure, but what is the administrative delivery expenses?
Yes. So that is, it's a number of things, but mostly it is reflecting actual grant expenses that we're just noting in the budget, but then the less grants kind of wipes it out.
Gotcha.
But it's things like we have revolving loan accounts and there are service fees. Mm-hmm. Not revolving loan accounts. We have loans that are administered by Enterprise Bank on our behalf, homeowner loans, business loans, and there are administrative fees related to that. It's mostly that type of an expense.
So overhead on loans and grants.
Correct.
Okay. And I have to ask, just because it's going to itch the back of my head until I do. What did we spend $1 on last year in the open space plan?
Oh, yeah. I think that actually is, I don't know if we spent $1. I think we have $1 left. I think that's what it is. We still have $1. And so
that's frugal
you're
management.
welcome. We're giving you $1 back.
Okay. And the last question, this is more just because it came up when we were talking about the marketing line item. As a general matter for the budget across all departments, I'd just like to ask for confirmation. I already know, but I want to ask for confirmation so that everyone else who might be watching knows. Marketing and advertising are two very different line items, correct? Advertising refers to legally required postings, not marketing expenses.
Yep. So planning board, legal ads, conservation legal ads, anytime we have to put out something to bid, like RFP, there's a legal ad related to that. We're actually hoping that in this year we're going to be able to reduce that number because we are looking to pass on those legal costs to the applicant in planning board. So this might be another transition year for that kind of a line item.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get that out there because I have had people ask me, not so much with your department because it makes a little more sense to have a marketing line item, but I've had people ask, what does such and such department need to advertise? Why, that is all for my questions. Anyone else questions on community development? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there's no further questions, I would ask, with no objections, that we move around again and go to the human services summary. You're prepared for that? All right.
On which page?
So that'll be page 39 for the...
What about Board of Health?
If it's okay with everyone, could we do the human
Does
services?
anyone have a problem with
Okay, that's fine. So
jumping to page 39?
39, okay.
We'll come back to that.
I'm not used to skipping that.
Sorry.
Okay. So on page 39, we have the veterans budget request. Personal services is contractual, those increases. There's a reduction in travel and meetings. It's actually zeroed out the account. Under Memorial Day, that increase is the flags for Memorial Day. The cost has gone way up. Michelle Marino did want me to mention, though, that the cost of the flags is reimbursed. 75% of the cost is reimbursed to the city by the state. Under veterans benefits, the health fund cash, that's the fund that the veterans benefits are paid out of. And the health fund funerals, funerals can be paid for veterans up to $4,000 per funeral.
Any questions on this? Councillor Green.
Yes, my only question is the health fund, only because veterans are near and dear to my heart, is that with the $25,000 reduction, is that going to run us into any trouble, or are we still going to be able to take care of our veterans how they deserve to be taken care of?
We should be good with it. If you remember, I just moved some money around because at the end of this year, we were going to have a surplus of about $40,000. So I was able to cut from there right now. We've been pretty level funded for the last while. We about $35,000-$40,000 a month. So unfortunately, with veterans passing away and with some of them moving out of the city, that one there is very, very hard to pin down. The same thing with the funeral funds. So
right, no, I appreciate the fact that you've always taken very good care of our veterans. I just want to make sure that they're always first and foremost with the services needed for them.
If it runs low, I'll come back.
I didn't want us to run short on that.
Yeah, if it does, if it runs low, if we get a surplus, more veterans coming on, I'll come back.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I don't think I mentioned for the health fund and for the funerals, 75% of those costs are also reimbursed to the city.
Any other questions on the Veterans Department?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And before we move on, I just wanted to ask really quick, or note or something. I see that in the summary of human services, we still have a line for recreation, even though I think that got moved under the DPW now that we have James doing it. Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything I was missing. But go ahead.
All right. Turning to page 40, we have the Council on Aging. Under the salaries or the personal services, for executive director, there was an overlap during the year. The executive director was out for some time, and the principal clerk stepped up to that position while she was out. She ended up leaving, and then the principal clerk took over that position after she left. So you'll see the principal clerk increases $41,000, and that's because the clerk was being paid out of the director's salary line item for a good part of the year. The other increases for the receptionist and custodian are contractual, as is the clothing allowance and the longevity. Under Council on Aging expenses, they look to be level funded. There's a small increase in building and grounds repairs just because of the age of the building. There are frequent repairs there. And under the senior center building, the heat and the electricity are level funded. The request is level funded.
Questions on the Council on Aging budget? Councilor Brochman. I'm sorry, Councilor Van Hazen. I keep missing you because you keep coming in early.
My own question, so for a while the senior center was the principal tenant of the Army building, and so it may have made sense to be the bucket in which the building costs are put in, electricity, maintenance, heat. Now there are other departments in that building as well. There's the Board of Health Outreach staff is upstairs, the Veterans Department is upstairs. Just wondering, is long-term moving forward, does it make sense to roll these building costs into the Council on Aging budget versus having them in a larger facilities budget, because there's more than one department using that building?
Yeah, that certainly is something that could be considered.
That's certainly a goal.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Brochman.
My question is for Sue Davis. And it'd be line item number 1, the pay.
Yes, if you call me Susan. I have to give you a hard time. It's reciprocity, Counselor. Come on. You make me laugh.
My question is, how do we come up to the pay on this particular opening? We come from 76.5 in the job.
So
that was a posted position.
Correct.
And we started off at 76.5.
That, I honestly, without having the job posting in front of me, I honestly don't know I can't recall what the range of this was. It was substantially higher. I know that at the top, only because Joan Goodwin was making, you know what I mean, making more. So
yeah, she had 30 years, too. There's no comparison.
No, I'm not saying that there is. My answer was that the top of the range, it was certainly higher than that. I honestly don't know what the range was. We hired her too long ago, honestly, for me to remember the posting.
The reason why I asked this question, he's probably going to shut me off in a minute. My daughter does the same kind of work. And I told, when I'm using the example, to give you an example, to show you something, that my daughter does the same kind of work.
What's the actual question? You can show us something next week, Councilor.
All right. I'll wait till next week then.
I want to see them.
Next week will be shown. I guarantee you that. And my other question is, on the membership of the senior center, is it gone up or is it gone down?
That's an Amanda question.
The membership is increasing.
It's increasing? Like, how much is it right now? How much was it then underneath Jen or Joan? And
Well, let's look at it more from like before COVID, because that's really what I think we're dealing with here, and as to why people come or don't come to the senior center. So I realized that before COVID, there were about 700 people coming in and out of the senior center over the year, like our members. There were about 700 members. And then COVID came, and we lost about 200. And now, I mean, I should check it out, but I know we're up. It's probably like 550 now. And that's just with the introduction of new programs, and I plan to bring more new programs to get people interested and reach out to more of the elder population in the city of Fitchburg. There are about 8,000 people over 60 living here in Fitchburg.
I'm one of them.
And you should come, you should come to the senior center and enjoy what we have to offer.
I was just wondering, because when I drive by or I have been in there, I've probably seen approximately, at a good given day, probably 100 people in there, and I never seen a lot of people in there, unless it was a major function. But other than that, I haven't seen it quite a bit.
No, but so...
And I do know some people that used to go there, that did go there, but they left there to go somewhere else. I think the parking hurts a lot. I keep on telling you. I told you that the last time.
Counselor, let's talk about parking another time.
I know, but I'm just telling you the reason why.
I understand.
I think if we had more parking, Counselor, we certainly would get more people. That's for sure. Yeah.
All right. I don't take this wrong when I was asking the question about the wages either. I don't want you to get all upset because...
Too late.
It is what it is. All right. I don't rest my case. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Next, I have Councilor Schultz.
Oh, you have a question. Am I sitting?
I was just going to ask about the building itself and the fact that you're level funding the heat and electricity and only a couple thousand for the repairs. Is that going to be adequate for the fiscal year, or do you anticipate it's going to go up significantly?
That's probably a rookie mistake on my part, but I do have a pretty hefty revolving account right now. So I plan to totally spend every single cent of the heat and the electricity and to dip into that revolving account. And you can bet that once I get a hold of what the bills are and what it actually costs, I'll be coming back with a bigger request next year.
Thank you, Amanda. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilor Fleming.
I think the reason the people don't want to admit they're seniors, and that's why they're not joining.
Yeah,
I think that's really it. But
I am working to break the stigma, because it's a shame that, if you get to be 60 years old, you're a very lucky person.
Actually, I believe it's 55.
Well, if you're 50,
50, it's...
When you make it to an age that you're ashamed to be, you need to realize that you're a very fortunate person, and it is a privilege to come to the Fitchburg Senior Center.
Agreed. And then I have a quick question regarding the clothing allowance. That went up, and I'm just curious who that benefits.
That's the contract for the building maintenance person. Is in the union and they negotiated all of their clothing allowances are going to be $1,000 up from $750 in FY25 in the next 3 years.
Asked and answered. Thank you.
Councilor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I noticed that in the program coordinator line there is nothing.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming that program coordinator assignment goes to you. Is that correct?
Yes, it absolutely does, and I'm happy to
Okay, so
fill that role,
you're doing the director's position, but you're also doing the program coordinator's job as well. I mean,
Yeah.
that's part of your duties right now.
Yes, and it makes sense to me as the director to choose the programs. And I do entertain suggestions from the people that come to the senior center to get the kind of programs that they want also. But I know, I haven't figured it out yet, but that line needs to be filled with someone. But someday.
But for the time being, that's part of what you do, right?
Yes, absolutely, and that's one of my favorite things to do.
Right. Thank you.
Vice President Van Huizinga.
I just wanted to touch on that as well. So if I remember correctly, the principal clerk position has been posted. Is it still?
It is.
It is
filled.
filled. Okay.
Yes.
And I won't bring up my question because the matter's already been settled. So.
Councilor Cragen.
Thank you. I haven't had a chance to congratulate you, Amanda, but I was really thrilled to see that you'd been chosen. My question has to do with the custodial line item. I know that the veterans are up there, Board of Health is up there, Senator Cronin is up there as well. The custodial fee is being paid for.
Not the senator, Councilor.
Yeah, Senator Cronin's not there anymore.
Oh, okay, thank you.
It's at City Hall.
Yes, I said corrected. So that custodial fee that comes out of the Council on Aging budget. Okay, and that works for all of you. You're getting. I haven't been in for a little while, but is that sufficient? Are they able to handle the whole building, especially when you guys have events and so forth?
You know, it is an awful big building, and that is a lot of work for one person to handle, and that's something I've been noticing. And it's a challenge for one person to take care of 3 departments, and it's just the building is huge. So even if it was just the senior center, you would still need every room and toilet and staircase and corner needs attention. And we struggle to keep up.
To add, Councillor, if we had funds available, then the goal would be to structure facilities in its own department that controls the custodial services, the utilities, the maintenance for the city buildings. But we're just not in that position at this time.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear that that would be a goal down the road. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just one question on that custodian line item. It is a big building. There's a lot to do. I'm just a little curious about why it's higher than the City Hall custodian. Because, City Hall is also a very big building and has more people in and out on a regular basis. Oh,
years.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, 17.
So it's just a longevity thing, not necessarily longevity in an HR sense.
Because at the time, the time of that would have certainly, I've been here for 8 years, so it might have been before that. I'm not certain if he has always needed to do both floors when Michelle's group was there and then moved to City Hall and now they relocated back there. So I'm honestly not sure if that second floor falls under his purview. It would make sense because who else is going to do it? But that's a lot of work for one person. So, yeah. But
don't get me wrong, I don't begrudge anyone their fair pay. I just am thinking of it as a comparison, and I'm not quite clear on how it lines up, but I get what you're saying. That's all I was going to ask. Did anyone else have any questions on Council on Aging? All right, we're all set. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
In that case, we'll move on to the library next.
Okay, library
Continue
on page 41.
And I'll just note I did get an email about a week and a half ago from the head librarian apologizing for inability to attend based on prior commitments before we scheduled these meetings.
Okay.
Okay, under personal services, all of these increases are contractual, and my understanding is that they just settled a contract. They were the last group to settle a contract most recently?
Yes.
Okay, so these are increases are due to the new contract. Down under library supplies, you have the book and material adult and book and material child. These increases are, the Mass Board of Library Commissioners requires that a certain percentage of the salaries be spent on materials in order for the library to maintain its certification with the state and to receive state aid. Okay. So that's why the increase in those two lines. Under library maintenance, custodian, I assume that's a contractual increase also, and there's some small increases to building and ground supplies and maintenance of equipment.
Councilor Fleming.
Yeah, a question regarding professional, where it's a $96,000 increase. We went from 5.9 full-time employees to 4 full-time and 4 part-time. Why such a big jump?
I don't think there's a change in the number of employees. There are 4 full-time and 4 part-time, and altogether they are equivalent to 5.9 full-time employees. Is that what that means?
Is that what?
I believe that's what it means.
Okay.
So I don't think there's been a change in the number of employees.
Okay, all right. And that's the same with the pre-professional?
Yes, so there's 3 full-time and 1 part-time, and altogether they are the equivalent of 3.3 full-time employees.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Fleming, for bringing that up. Just for anyone else who is wondering, when reading the budget, FTE is full-time equivalent. So it doesn't necessarily mean there's that many people working on a full-time basis. It's, oh, go ahead. You can explain it much better than I can.
No, your explanation is good. I just wanted to so finish your.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's if you kind of tally up the amount that they're working, it comes out to the equivalent of if we hired 5.9 people on a full-time basis.
I do want
what
to
we're chopping off that extra 0.1 for.
Since I always send all of the job postings to this body, you would have seen recently that we had a pre-professional posted, a position, as well as a library technician. So 2 things. The pre-professional is actually, unfortunately, to take the place of Cindy Morosky, who was a full-time librarian who passed away a couple of years ago, about a year and a half. And so they took that full-time position and took those funds and turned it into a pre-professional, less hours. The other one is a library technician, AKA library assistant. Their titles confuse me, but they're library technicians. And along with those positions, and this is why they were filled, they needed the staff because right now the library is operating at 53 hours of open hours. They should be at 59. But the MBLC has let them, they're okay within that 53. Had we not filled those positions, they would have gone under 53 hours for open hours of business, which would have put their accreditation at risk as well as the library renovation. Mm-hmm. So there was definitely a lot of thought put into the positions that have been filled during this time.
So would it be correct then to say that most of the line items in this section of the budget that look like they don't make sense when we have a library that's doing reduced duty at the moment are all due to bureaucratic requirements?
For the most part, yes. And their staff, keep in mind, is mostly part-time. Mm-hmm. They have more part-time people than they do full-time. So along...
Right, so
if you look, at the FTEs and then the actual bodies. What this really works out to is 11 full-time people and 16 part-time. That's what those, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's no benefits for part-time people. I mean, Deb's done a phenomenal job, I will say, with the staff that she has and the move that she's made, and gotten that up and running, and they ran everything curbside through COVID and all of those wonderful, which Sharon had started. But I just want to, that definitely is something to be, considered there. And just for explanation for why
a lot of the things that look like they don't make sense are places where we're not allowed to make sense.
Right, and then certainly, yes, the increases in the salaries were due to negotiations. That was the last group that we really needed to align, keeping in mind that a lot of these people need a master's degree.
Right.
Yeah, so just to further expand upon that, when we were looking at open positions and, a very difficult path to balanced budget, we looked at these 2 open positions in the library, and it was confirmed that if we chose not to fill those positions, we would not be in compliance with the Mass Building of Library Commissioners, and hence the grant that we have for the library would cease to be awarded to us.
Makes sense.
And you want
as much as state regulations ever do.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I know there were other hands over here before I first called on Councillor Fleming. I missed writing them down. Who else? Just Councillor Boschman? Okay. Councillor Boschman, then Councillor Green, then back to Councillor Fleming.
Okay, probably this is easy, probably this is hard. We get the building ground supply, we get the repair and care, and we get the building maintenance. Why do we have it when we're renting a space? Aren't they redevelopment authority responsible for that?
It's a triple net lease. It's a triple net lease from the Fitchburg Redevelopment Authority. We are paying for all of that.
Oh, you pay for that? So we're paying for building maintenance
Yes.
and repair and care?
When an HVAC unit breaks, we are responsible to repair that.
Oh, yeah.
That was the deal that was negotiated in previous time.
Is the library paying rent there too?
Yes. Paying rent there as well.
They're paying rent too, and they have to repair the building too?
Yes.
Underneath the rent?
Additionally, the rent does increase after January 2025. The rent will increase.
Wow. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Green.
Again, to that point, the building maintenance for $30,000, is that anticipation of projects that may come and go in the lease, in the time of the lease, or is that, how long are we expecting or anticipating the library to be temporarily housed there?
I believe the current projected date is about January 2026 at this point. There was a delay due to the design and engineering not being able to meet building codes.
So again, this is a cushion for in case something happens, we have money in that account that can be spent if something is needed at the library space.
That's accurate.
Okay, so there's nothing pending that we know of like it's all going to break or crash. It's for just in case.
No, we are crossing our fingers.
Yeah, hold your breath. Right, yes. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, my question just goes back to the part-time employees where you said they don't receive benefit. Didn't the state implement years back that even part-time workers are entitled to pay time off? So for every 30 hours, they get 1 hour?
Not in the public sector.
I mean, really?
Yeah, no. They don't, if you work under 20 hours, you don't get sick time, you don't get holidays, benefit, nothing.
No, I'm not talking about those. Paid time off, which is, I was a part-time worker.
Yeah.
And I got paid for every 30 hours, I got 1 hour of paid time off. So it doesn't work that way?
No.
Huh.
No.
I thought the state implemented that several years back, but
Well, you know what? You could be 100% right. It might only apply to the state, but not local. You know what I mean? It might just be state part-time workers.
Can I just interject?
Yeah.
As a state worker, I do get that.
There you go.
And I work under 20 hours.
There you go.
Part-time.
There are, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
so you do.
so it doesn't
you do
work,
get
it doesn't apply to municipalities.
Correct. Typically, very briefly, in 2018, Governor Baker put forth the Grand Bill law, which had like the minimum wage and all these other things. If the city didn't adopt it, and one of those things is similar to the PFMLA, which is a Paid Family Medical Leave Act, we didn't adopt that as a city. So if the city doesn't adopt it, it doesn't apply. And so something like that, it would have to come through locally for that, something like that.
No municipality has adopted.
No, not that I know of.
None.
Why would you? It's going to cost the city money, and not every employee gets paid family medical leave. I mean, non-municipal. So we don't. And honestly, are you listening? Our contracts are very good, and people get very good benefit time. We do. I will be the first to say that we absolutely do. So you're better off with a collective bargaining agreement, or even if you're not in a union, in terms of the time you get off. And the paid family medical leave is something that is based on a percentage, which has nothing to do with this. I'll stop myself. So, in any case, yeah.
That's not my only question, thanks.
All right, and I just have 2 questions. One is just, could you address, maybe sort of disambiguate 3 line items here that to me look like they're all essentially the same thing? It doesn't affect the bottom line, I guess, because you could lump them all together, but building and ground supplies, repair and care, and building maintenance are 3 separate line items. What differentiates them as opposed to just putting them all under building maintenance or something? It's not a big deal.
I'm sorry, I really don't know.
Grounds, I think so. One of them, building and ground supplies, is the actual supplies needed.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then repair and care and building maintenance.
I think that's contract services for building maintenance.
Right.
And repair and care is
Oh, okay,
items
gotcha.
that.
Gotcha. Okay. And the only other question I have, and I hate that it's going to look like I'm picking on our custodial staff because I'm really not trying to, but especially the current library facility is considerably smaller than either of the 2 buildings we just finished discussing, either City Hall or the Armory. We're paying the library custodian more than either of them and giving a $8,000 raise when we've got the library set up in a facility that is much smaller than, our other city buildings.
So that's longevity, and we are honoring our contractual obligations.
Mm-hmm. No,
you wouldn't be able to cut his pay because he's going into a smaller facility.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, and Jackie may know that that is a significant jump between the 56 and the 64. What was there? There might have been. Do you recall? Wasn't there some sort of adjustment?
Yeah.
We can look at that because it seems to me
14%.
that there was something in the salary or a step or an error or something, because that's a big jump. Mm-hmm. So we'll look. We'll look at
Just a note on that. If you look at FY20 and 21, it was 41, and then when you go to 22 to 24, that's a 13,000 jump. So, 11,000 from 24 to 25 feels.
But that
like
that would have been their contract. That would have been negotiations, and we seriously did some reworking of that, so that might have been that, although that is high, but we'll look and see. It just seems to me that there's, I'm not a, like you, I'm not a left brainer. I'm not ever going to pretend to be. So I don't know what the math is there or what the percentage, but it seems like that's high on that salary. So we'll check and we'll get back to you along with those with the inspectors.
All right. That's all I had. I know Councilor Boschman had his hand up again.
Yeah, maybe the mayor can answer this. Underneath the opera funds, we have a deadline to meet on the opera funds. They have to be spent by a certain time. Is the library going to make it on underneath the opera funds?
The FARPA funds need to be committed by December 2024.
Right. The ARPA funds need to be committed by December 2024, which they are for the library, and they have to be fully spent by December 2026.
Right.
So if they're, the estimated completion date is January of 2026. So we should be safe there.
A year ahead.
Okay. And to rectify my counselor to the right, I want to make something clear to you on the custodian work. The building has no merit to the size of what they get paid.
So I get that there's a contract, and I'm not contesting that. I just wanted to understand what was driving the particular number that we were seeing.
But I will say one thing, Mr. President, and I'll make it quick and fast, that there should be an organization where
we'll talk about that at another time. I know it's already been mentioned tonight that there's a plan. Any other questions on the library budget? All right.
If there are none, yep, let's move up forward to Board of Health. I suppose we're moving back a few pages to page 35 here.
Page 35.
Yep.
We're jumping around like there's no tomorrow here. What's the story with
Wow.
this?
Get ready.
We're jumping around.
Right, I need to stretch.
Okay.
Mr. President, can we take 5 minutes?
Yeah, let's take a quick 5-minute recess, just because everyone's been sitting here quite some time.
That's you.
Yes, exactly.
And I believe next up we had the Board of Health and Health Department.
Yes, thank you. We're on page 36.
36 or 35?
35.
35.
35. Sorry. Time for new glasses. So under personal services, for the most part, they're contractual or ordinance increases, with some exceptions. I'd like to look first at the clerical lines. There's 3 lines there. The first, principal clerk stenographer, that is a contractual increase for that person. The second clerical line, that person has recently retired. And then the third line is the person that is going to be replacing the person who just retired. So she started working this year, working with the woman who retired, and now she'll be taking over that position now that with the retirement. Scale master, I wanted to mention that that is paid by a waste management, so the city is reimbursed for that. A little further down, there's 2 proposed positions, a street outreach worker and a mass call 3 coordinator. These are both positions that are going to be paid 100% by grants. And then another thing I'd like to point out down below is the overtime line. More than 90% of that overtime expense is for the landfill, and that is reimbursed by for whatever portion belongs to the landfill. And then down below in the red, we have the grant offsets for the costs. So I guess maybe before I go to there's several pages for the Board of Health. Do you want me to go through the whole budget first, or do you want to take it page by page?
I think it probably makes sense to take it page by page.
Okay.
Vice President Van Hazinga?
Just a quick question, because this comes up a lot. So when we have positions that are grant funded, and we have some, in this department, we have a bunch of them, does that grant funding also include an allowance for the cost of benefits, pension, things like that, to cover additional costs of the city beyond just salaries paid?
It does include the benefits for the
All right.
employees.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Councilor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a quick question regarding some of the sort of inspector stuff, just for my own clarification. How much of this is like is mandated, required of us as a municipality?
Mandate?
He's asking about the inspector's positions and how many of them are mandated.
Mandated positions would only be the weights and measures inspector.
Weights and measures, okay. Thank you. And thank you for your email today clarifying my previous questions. I didn't get a chance to respond, but thank you, Director Curry. I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further questions on this page of the Health Department?
I'm sorry, I didn't answer his question. The food and milk inspector is also a mandated position.
That's the one I had my eye on. I didn't want to, I didn't want to say it, but I kind of figured. Thank you.
All right. Then I guess we can go on to 36.
Page 36, we have health expense. So the first line there, the contract for the homeless outreach no longer needs to be funded because that is one of the proposed positions on the previous page.
Grant funded?
Yes, grant funded. The request for most everything on this page is level funded. Under mileage, there's an increase there, and again, that's due to the 2 new proposed positions, but the mileage will be covered by the grant.
All right. Councilor Fleming?
Regarding the grant funding for those positions, that's the grants that you asked for last night in finance, that got approved in finance, or is this grants that previously were?
No, those are separate grants.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on page 36? All right, 37.
Page 37, public health nurses. The first line, public health nurse, that position is currently open. I believe you're intending to fill it, Steve?
That is correct.
Yep, okay. The school nurses, the city is required to have at least one nurse that's out of the school system, I believe.
Out of the school budget, yeah.
Out of the school budget, yes, not out of the school system. The regional nurse and the vaccine coordinator positions are no longer needed, so they're not funded for the coming year. The epidemiologist is required by the PHE grant and is funded by that grant, as well as the disease response unit. That covers the entire Montechusett Public Health Network. And that's also a grant-funded position, correct, Steve? Yep.
They all are.
Both are. Okay, they all are. Okay.
And the first public health nurse says 0% general fund. Where does that funding come from?
Actually, that's a typo. It should say 100% general fund.
Okay, so both the public health nurse and the school nurse are 100% general funds?
The first line item, if you don't mind me interjecting.
No.
The very first line item, I have proposed to make that the public health nurse 100% grant funded.
Okay, so the 0% general fund is
grant that was presented last evening.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Any other questions from anyone else on page 37? Councilor Brochman.
Something small, minor. You get the nurses' supplies, and you don't have it funded for this year?
Yes, the grant I proposed last night is quite a bit of money. I don't think we need that $1,000. I think.
Oh, so you're taking out of the grant?
Correct.
Okay. You answered my question now. You're a man of my heart.
Any other questions on page 37?
Very touching.
All right, 38.
Page 38, rubbish. The first line, contract fees for collection, that is for our curbside pickup, including bulk items and yard waste. This is a contractual increase with Harvey. Second line, maintenance and supplies curbside, that is for repair and replacement of barrels as needed. Contract services landfill disposal, that is the fees that are charged when we dump our rubbish at the landfill, and that's a charge from Waste Management. Airport land rent, that is the AKS Recycling is renting land at the airport. My understanding is they pay the Board of Health, and then the Board of Health transfers it over to the airport, the cost of the rent. Closed landfill maintenance fund, this is for monitoring and maintenance as needed at closed landfills in the city. And then cleanup and board secure funds, this would cover any kind of cleanup needed at a property, boarding, reporting liens at the registry of deeds for work done.
On that item, at what point, I should have asked this while Liz Murphy was still here, at what point do we anticipate that the fees we are going to be collecting for the vacant properties registry will start to pay for that? Because I know that was one of the things we were collecting the fees for, was to pay for the cost of boarding and securing vacant buildings. When is that anticipated to sort of come online as a budget source?
I think the thought process there is to give it about half a year and see how things go, and then make proposals on what the revenues produced by 40U, as well as how we can combine accounts. And 40U does require a revolving fund, so I think that's something we have to look at very soon.
Mm-hmm.
If the question was, when are we going to implement 40U, I spoke with Liz Murphy, and she suggested within the next few months we would be finalized with the plan and the online portal that's required.
Mm-hmm. And I missed it earlier this evening, so I apologize. I'm backtracking a little bit because we just started talking about 40U. I know the line item is zeroed for the 40U hearing officer. What are our plans for paying for that so that it does come online?
Did we have 20,000 encumbered in an account, Auditor Cronin?
I do, but I don't have that with me.
I believe, in a previous budget, we allocated those funds.
So we've already got it encumbered, and so that's why it's not in this budget.
I believe those are encumbered in a community development fund. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I'm backtracking on that. I just wanted to make sure it was covered. And thank you. I'm glad to hear that will be coming up. I was actually also asking about the vacant property registry, which was
that is fully up and operational.
Ah, nice.
That was, 2 weeks ago? 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay, excellent. Happy to hear it. Anyone else have questions on page 38? Councillor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the collection, we're seeing substantially less now that we've switched providers. And I've noticed in Ward 6, when it used to be a daily occurrence for Misc trash, nearly a daily occurrence, at least a few times a week, and now is almost never. Is it safe to assume that's the rest of the city as well, Director Curry?
That's correct.
That we're getting,
yes.
So we're getting
collection has improved dramatically.
It's night and day. It really is. So that a really terrific pickup with Harvey there to dump the trash that was waste management. And I won't go any further, President Zarella. I promise. We're saving hundreds of thousands of dollars literally and getting night and day service from Harvey. So great hire there. Very, very happy with their quality. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Good thing I was running out of hair.
Sorry?
I said it's a good thing because I was running out of hair.
Councillor Green.
On that, the cleanup and board and secure funds, that when we have to take care of a property that doesn't necessarily belong to the city of Fitchburg, you actually have to send an inspector, right? You don't have just employees waiting around that can go and nail up board over a window.
We have contracted services through the purchasing office to do those
Okay, so we
project.
now have a company that you can call and say, this property needs some attention because of X, Y, and Z.
That's correct.
And,
For cleanup and for boarding and security.
okay, have you seen an increase in that happening or not?
That's sort of a fall thing before winter, especially with the board and secure. That's the biggest expense is usually between July and December. It actually has gone down in the last few months. I mean, we've been at max at that account since probably January, and we really haven't had to utilize it too much other than for the recent ward cleanup, or the city cleanups. So I don't know what to make of that, but
I mean, hey, we'll
I haven't
take it,
seen
right?
an increase in boarding buildings.
And cleanup only, and I think this is your department, the homeless encampments that we have around town, is that
That has funded those cleanups.
this money
Yep.
pays for those cleanups as well?
Correct. The
Okay.
ones that we've contracted out to clean, we've done a lot of them ourselves as part of the cleanups, obviously, as you know.
Yeah. All right. And I worry about that, you know what I mean? Because they are, well, I won't go any further, but thank you. I appreciate the diligence and, you know, always with safety in mind, cleaning up those encampments. So thank you to you and your team. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Brochman.
I'm going back to original to the mayor on the 40U. I just want to ask one question. And once we implement the 40U program, are they going to come in front of the council to explain to us how and what kind of fines?
Councilor, we can definitely talk about that. I very much want to talk about that at a later date. But since it is not, I was only asking about how we're paying for the position, which is a budget issue. How the position is going to run or what's going to happen with council is something that we need to discuss outside this setting.
Oh, you're getting Jimmy. All right. All right.
I'm going to shock you into silence.
Go ahead, Ann.
I think I'm done.
We're done. So
That's
yeah,
the end of it. We're the end of Board of
Does
Health.
anyone else have any questions on page 38? All right.
all right. If there are no more questions, we'll move to the employee benefits. Well, why don't we do facilities second to last, because we have, we'll all be here. We could just get through the employee benefits, just keep on the same course. So page 42, if that works.
Okay, if you turn to page 42, we'll start with the big ticket, well, a couple of big ticket items. The second line here is the contributory pension. That obligation reflects a 5.8% increase over the prior year. The contribution requirement for fiscal '25 is based on the financial condition of the retirement system as of December 31st, 2021. It's based on projected liabilities, demographics, economic assumptions, et cetera. The schedule, a big part of the pension contribution right now is the unfunded liability that we're carrying, and we're scheduled to pay that off in 10 years. So by fiscal 2023, this line item will reduce by 64%. Right now, the actuarials are back in doing an updated evaluation, and they'll adjust the spending schedule accordingly. Right now, it's been scheduled to go up about 5.5% a year, so it is kind of tight for the city. But hopefully we'll be able to stick to that schedule and, see that cloud clear in 2033.
Could you just repeat how much longer we're going? Because you said 10 years, but then you said 33 would be off.
2033, the unfunded liability drops by like 64%. And the year after that, it's zero.
Okay, so it's a step down, right?
Yeah, it's a step down. Yeah, we're amortizing it away. And then what we'll be left with after that is just the normal cost. You'll be paying the pension liability for the active employees in any given year. We'll be all caught up. The next couple of lines have remained pretty consistent. Workers' compensation, unemployment, we're probably running about half that right now. In the majority of what we have paid for this year is school employees. And then the big one is health insurance. I mean, we've talked a lot about it. I don't know if you have any questions about what's happened this year with that line item. It's a huge increase, really unanticipated. I did for the PEC, I did a presentation just to give them a sense of the past 10 years, and it's remarkable to see like really how steady and level our claims had been for such a long time. I don't know if it's COVID or just the general costs of, health-related costs, throughout the country, but there's just been a huge spike in halfway through 2023, right up to today. It's been at least a 19% increase in costs, and that's huge when you're dealing with a $20 million figure. So it's part of the, this $3,200,000 increase is a big part of our budget deficit this year. The city is in negotiations, and hopefully we can come to agreement and change the plan design or the contribution changes so that the city's going to be able to sustain this trust fund going forward. If we cannot continue to fund the trust fund, then, we have a duty to close it, which is and we'll go out, we'll be in the market, we'll either join the GIC or I don't know what those options are, but we're trying to avoid those and maintain control of our own health insurance program. So I don't know if there are any questions on that.
Councillor Cruz.
I took my hand down, Mr. President. No questions. Thank you.
Okay, all set. Councillor Brochman.
Two questions. With the current raises that we've been given, are we going to be able to sustain the pension? And we're giving 6%, but you only can raise it 2.5%.
Well, we've been paying that 5.5% all along. Well, for the past several years, it's been going up by that amount. And we have been able to absorb it through the increases in local receipts and whatnot. But, as we spoke about before, we've reached a ceiling, and we do need to kind of pause right now and catch up, allow our revenues to catch up. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think we want to continue this schedule if we can. It's not aggressive, but it would be wise, I think, to stay on track.
Now, workman's comp. My question to you is, I'm not looking for full-time light duty. And why don't we have some kind of part-time light duty to help alleviate the cost of $350,000?
Contractual. Light duty is contractual. Whether that's the school, because my office handles the workers' comp, so it's whether the school contracts allow for it or the city contracts. So unless it's negotiated and it's in the contract that there is a modified or light duty policy, there isn't. For example, the DPW, there is no light duty policy in there. We tried to negotiate it in, and we couldn't. They were great. So, yeah, if somebody is able to come back, obviously they get all the documentation and they come back, because the light duty policy says if you've got a light duty policy, I can have you go file. I can bring you back in whatever capacity you're physically able to do so. But if there's no policy, then you can't bring back that way.
I'm only shocked that we can't do it.
So that's another thing that we can talk about when contracts come up again, but we can't do anything about it in the budget process. So.
Off the hook.
You're going to have a long list for me, aren't you?
Councilor Schultz.
Yeah, I was just going to, Jackie, ask about the health insurance. You know, that's such a big figure, you know. I know you don't have a crystal ball, but it's certainly not sustainable for us to have anything close to that, you know, next year. You know, what are the options that we can explore to?
Well, the first option before us is to negotiate something that we can afford. That's what we're in the process of doing right now. Other than that, we don't have, you know, there's not a lot we can do. We have a duty, well, we have a trust fund, so we have a duty to make sure that it's healthy and can pay the claims, which is why we have this big spike. We're playing a little bit of catch up because these increases in claims have been happening maybe a little over a year. So we're catching up on that. And then we also need to make sure that, assuming negotiations don't go well and the plan stays the same, we've got to be able to get through the next fiscal year and pay those claims. So therefore, the $3.2 million. And it is partly a crystal ball. I mean, I'm estimating conservatively in the sense that I'm maybe bumping things up a little bit to make sure we have enough. If we don't, we can always turn it back, and that would be a good thing.
One
Go ahead.
really quick thing, and Jackie did touch on this. Just statistically nationwide, because of COVID, people put off health care. So, and not just for things such as cosmetic surgery or, what's the word when you choose it, voluntary. It's not. There's some serious problems that people, you know, because they put off screenings and all kinds of things, you know, have now encountered. So those costs have gone up. We had 19 large loss claims, which would be a medical claim over $150,000 a year. And we've got insurance to cover that, but the insurance is exorbitant because there aren't a lot of players in that market. There's a couple of insurance companies only that handle that type of insurance. So, and we need it to, what happens if somebody's got, you know, $1 million claim? Well, you know, you need insurance for that as well. The other thing is unbelievably exorbitant pharmaceutical costs. Those have just absolutely run absolutely crazy in cost. And so those two things, and the utilization certainly of the plan and pharmaceutical costs and all of these, is exactly what's happening. There's no way we could have foreseen that or budgeted for that. Right now, as Jackie mentioned, we are negotiating with them and whether plan design changes to look at things. Just a real quick example. So if an MRI costs us $20 if you're on the insurance, we're looking at, well, what do we look at raising it to $50 or $75 or, you know, so those types of things. Or what the city contributes toward, you know, what percentage, whether it's 75, 25, you know, whether any change or something in that. That is what we're trying to.
Oh, Jesus. Sorry.
Okay. That is what we're trying to accomplish with our negotiations. And hopefully, you know,
Plan design changes.
Yes, the plan design changes.
And potential contributory changes.
That's right. Yeah. Both. So, yes.
So we don't have a crystal ball, but we do know that right now we're in deficit, so we have to just address the situation. I did ask the health advisor, is this a, you know, just kind of a freak thing, or is this the new normal? And she said it's probably the new normal. Yeah.
Quick question before I go to the other counselors, just to follow up on that while it's fresh. In addition to plan design changes, can we consider, because I'm not a labor lawyer, some kind of structure whereby we incentivize employees not to be on the insurance, to be on, you know, their spouse's insurance or whatever?
That
because
was
then
something.
we have a fixed cost rather than.
That's something we've been discussing.
Okay.
We have a number of those types of things, but what we need, as Jackie mentioned, we have a problem now. Those issues, or like introducing a high deductible plan, which in the private sector you might have where, the deductible is $2,000 for a single and $4,000 for a family. So it's either called an HDP or a high-risk plan. There are a number of things that we're looking at like that. Or if it's an opt-out, you don't want your spouses or whomever, and we'll give you, $2,000 to do that or whatever. That's not going to help us right now. We are looking at, after we get negotiations done, then we're going to look at that, because that will be in a year that would help us, and then going forward. But, yes.
Yeah, I would want to add to that, though, that would create a huge administrative burden for the treasurer's office, HR office. So we also have to be careful about what what is really a true gain.
Of course.
Yeah, so we'd have to be careful about that. We don't, like the treasurer's office is, been down in person for 4 or 5 years. They feel the stress of that. And this sort of thing would just be adding more to their plate, so.
All right. Councilor Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without getting too much to sound like Chicken Little or anything here, and feel free to cut me off, Mr. President. Auditor Cronin, your predecessor, he had kind of started to raise some alarms about us needing to be considerably more frugal in the coming years, and we discussed potential new revenues, the need to put in, I think it was $1.5 million into the stabilization fund over the course of a few years, additionally to what we were doing before. For FY25, it looks like we're not going to do anything for that. For 850, the initial 850 we've been doing previous years, or the 250 of the OPEB. And this is where you can feel free to cut me off, President Zarella. But
so yeah, I'm just going to ask, what is the question?
I just wanted to preface it, Madam Mayor, and to the finance team. What sort of options for additional revenue are we exploring? Because we need to find some.
I would say if we could get maybe a very brief overview, because I know the Vice President and I have talked with you guys about some of the things, and we could talk all night about the different things that we may implement. But if we could get a brief overview, just of like bullet points, that would be excellent.
So we already passed the additional increase to the hotel tax. We had the 4%. Since 1997 or so, and so this year we increased that to 6%, which will take effect either in July or
1.
October.
I think it's July 1. Yeah.
July 1. Yeah. So then there's been other things suggested as the meals tax. So we pay 6.25% on all of our meals in the city of Fitchburg to the state, and so the it's been suggested by Auditor Brooks and Auditor Cronin over many years that we implement a 0.75% additional meals tax that goes directly to the city of Fitchburg. And that would raise revenue of approximately $750,000?
More than 500, but I'm not sure if it would reach 750. Yeah.
Yep, there's that. And, additionally, our landfill is scheduled to close in 7 years. And Director Curry has been working on a plan for a number of years on what that fee structure looks like, because we can't absorb the entire cost of, the rubbish collection and curbside service into our general fund. So what does that look like in order to offset? So, for example, in the city of Gardner, their landfill closed, and they have a biannual assessment that goes on their water sewer bill. So, we might be looking at something like that. And I believe Director Curry also has some numbers worked out already for discussion. So other than that, we have, it's been noted in the past, right before the pandemic, actually, the MS4 program that Councillor Boschman is a big fan of. The MS4 program is mandated by the federal government and the state to, that we handle our stormwater, that we spend, the stormwater fees, right? So other municipalities have implemented stormwater management fees that are kind of equitable to the residents or to the businesses or to other organizations in the city that have large swaths of pervious surface, right? So the more pervious surface that you have on your property, the more stormwater flows off that, and the more gets into our system, and the larger pipes and infrastructure that we need to maintain as the municipality. So an MS4 kind of program, a stormwater management program, like we pay water, sewer, stormwater, that that's been on the table with us as a council for a number of years, as a discussion, right? So that's something that the DPW is taking. They had a study that was ready to present like 2 days before COVID hit.
I think the meeting was scheduled the day that everyone was sent home.
Yeah.
I seem to recall that.
So they are updating that study right now, and so we hope to present what that would look like with the council soon.
All right, thank you. And yeah, we'll certainly have many discussions in the future about those things, I'm sure. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yeah, it does. Thank you for the transparency, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any additional questions on the employee benefits section?
Oh.
Bearing in mind that we haven't gotten to the other sections yet. We will. Okay, seeing none. Vice President.
On this page?
On the employee benefits section specifically. All right, we can move on from that then.
Okay, moving on to miscellaneous expenses. The general liability insurance for the city is out to bid right now. We've filed the application, and we should be getting it, getting the premiums back pretty soon. I've estimated a $75,000 increase. I hope that's enough, but that's where we sit right now. The others are pretty much business as usual. The dues for the Montechusett Regional Planning Commission, we've received that invoice. Mass Municipal Association dues. The Johnny Appleseed Center contribution has stayed steady for several years. The Disability Commission, Medicaid billing commissions, those we hire a third party to do our billing, and we receive Medicaid reimbursement monies back into the general fund. The mayor has reduced the civic days and holiday decorations accounts in lieu of the budget crunch. I don't know if you have any questions in that section.
Questions on miscellaneous expenses? I'm not seeing any.
Okay. Onto the stabilization fund. So in reference to Councilor Cruz's question, we have put $1 million into stabilization to use for future debt service. Right now, the balance in the fund in total is just about $9.9 million. To give you some perspective, in 2004, the balance was $10,000. So we've come a long way in the 20 years. This is a safety net for us. In the event of any emergency situations, we have this to rely on. The OPEB trust fund, has a balance of about $3 million, and we've just been consistent. We've been consistent in depositing money into it every year, with the exception, I think, since 2016. It's varied between $250,000 a year, and one year we were at $450,000. So we'll just keep plugging away at that. Let's see. And that's about it for that section.
Just to add for that section, for your, if you remember, in previous budgets, those line items were not funded in the budget historically, and then they were allocated as free cash afterwards.
Agreed, yes. Any questions from councillors on the transfers out section? All right.
Okay, so the last section here is the schools. The Monty Tech school assessment went up about 7%. to $1.9, almost $2 million. In the Fitchburg Public Schools appropriation, the mayor's budget here is allocating $83.4 million to the schools. Within that appropriation is about $8.2 million in transportation. And that 8.2 does not count toward our net school spending requirement for fiscal 25. And that requirement has reached the 100 million mark. It's $101 million this year. So basically, there's a difference of $25.8 million that we are required to spend on the schools above and beyond what you see here. And that is the indirect costs, the health insurance, pension chargebacks, and things like that. We charge for some of our city services. And that's all a crystal ball, and that changes during, what I'm predicting is, may not happen, and there may be some adjustments that are required. But for now, and the school's been notified that that's the number that they're working with as well.
So just to make sure it's clear, first of all, we are meeting our net school spending in this budget. It's just not all in this line item.
Correct.
And second, the $8 million or so transportation costs that you mentioned, they don't count towards net school spending, but they are still mandatory, correct?
Correct. And it's the city's responsibility. However, we put it in their budget.
Mm-hmm.
So
it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Just wanted to clarify so that no one thinks we're just deciding, hey, we can afford to give the schools $8 million extra this year.
Yeah.
And to note, the school committee did pass the budget for the $83.4 million number.
Thank you very much.
And just to close out, the increase that we received this year in the revenue section in Chapter 70 aid for the schools was $3.1 million was the increase. And the increase in our net school spending obligation was $4.3 million. So there's $1 million difference there that is absorbed somewhere in this budget.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Green?
In years past, when we've been presented finances and budgets, there was always a pie chart that showed, how much of our overall budget went to school, each department. Mm-hmm. So with this new budget for the school, are we over 51% that we're spending? I mean, I'm pretty good at math, 83, 176, so we are...
We probably spend closer to 60% on the schools from the general fund.
Are we ever going to get ahead of the transportation part of it?
No.
We did just negotiate a 3-year contract for school transportation that is favorable for our school transportation. So, Jeremy Roche anticipates that will go down, barring unknowns of special needs students that require high services that cost a significant amount of money.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were. I guess we're over what we anticipated on that pie chart of 51% to the schools. It looks more like it's going to be 60% of our overall budget.
And that pie chart was within the tax classification book.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that pie chart.
That's Chris's book.
Yeah. Maybe we could get a new pie
That probably
chart.
doesn't reflect net school spending.
Thank you.
But we do, the point about the net school spending that is important to know is that we do fund it, or we aim to fund it right at that level. Many cities and towns either have overrides or they just are able to provide their schools even more than that. So this is the actual minimum that we are required to spend, and that's what we target.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else on anything on that final page? Now, just before we close it out. All right, I believe we have 2 departments left.
Yep, just 2 left. So we'll keep legislative last and just do the facilities now. So it's on page 20, if you all want to turn to that. As you can see, the personal services has been greatly reduced. That's due to the fact that the prior director moved on to a different town, planned last year, and he moved in February onto a new position. And due to the financial difficulties of the city this year, we made the decision that the mayor's office would orchestrate that, would run the facilities department. That's been coordinated by Alex Vera, so he's here to answer some of your questions as well. But we'll run through the line items real quick first. The City Hall custodian, City Hall and legislative building. So that's a position that, you know, two big buildings that are obviously well maintained. You know, the carpets are clean and everything looks great at all times for the most part. So a very valuable role there. Overtime, that's whenever the custodian has to, you know, stay late for whatever reason. Sometimes there's emergencies that they just need to deal with. Clothing allowance also for the custodian. Down to maintenance, the contract services, that's a result of snow and ice removal. We found that occasionally staff members have had to do it, you know, just due to the fact that we haven't had anyone available. And that's led to injuries, which, you know, leads to people missing time or costs or whatever else that may be. So it's been increased. So we can afford to have a contracted service that can do that for us. Down to electricity, heating, fuel, those are all costs that are not adjustable. You know, that's just the fact of the matter these days. Repair and care, that's been reduced to $5,000. It's still very important. There's a lot of things that could still be, you know, repaired and cared for in this City Hall and legislative building, but due to fiscal restraints, that's where that's at right now. Going down, supplies, that's occasionally necessary, obviously, for custodial work. Same with tools and equipment. They're all in the garage in this very building. All the things that are needed to be used for lawn care, snow and ice removal, things like that. Any questions? You can ask any of us here.
Councillor Boschman.
Yeah, my question is to you, why are we farming out contract services of snow removal or cutting grass? I don't understand the logic.
So the grass the lawn is all actually cut and taken care of by our custodian, and the snow and ice removal, unfortunately, due to injuries that have occurred, we had to go with the contracted service. But this contracted service line is not only snow and ice, it's also when our custodian leaves for vacation, we have to contract in someone to still maintain both of these buildings and do all the work that he does. And also due to injury, you know, we have to contract, you know, some of the other heavier duty operations.
To add on to that, when we came in, we found that the DPW was being asked to come off the streets during a snowstorm and come plow and salt and sand the City Hall, the 3 parking lots and, you know, all around the City Hall, which was one of the agreements made with the DPW when we did City Hall, that the DPW wouldn't have to maintain and care for this building. And in this time where we cannot find enough contractors to handle the snow and ice, and we have a lack of functional equipment within the DPW, we were asking them to come and, you know, maintain City Hall for our city staff, and that was unacceptable.
Well, my question to you is, you're telling me that if what's his name is out sick and you're hiring somebody there, then he's going to be out for, say, a month. And then how much, if we get the average snowstorm per year is 10 to 15, average 12. Last year was an exceptional year, but you average about 10 to 12 snowstorms a year. I want to know the breakdown and the exact amount of money that you're spending on snow and ice.
I can provide you with the contract that we have with our contracted services for our snow and ice removal.
All right. I'll take that, yeah.
Did I miss any hands? Okay, I have just a couple quick questions. One is just, in the interest of not repeating past mistakes, is the current repair and care line item adequate to ensure that none of the things that aren't getting done are going to become progressive failures?
It is not. The City Hall needs, there are a number of significant concerns with City Hall itself. The front steps, for example, have been failing since very shortly after they were installed. They're letting water intrusion into these steps and into the foundation, which will eventually cause premature failure of the grandstand seating and the front steps. Additionally, that you can see that there's a mortar missing. If you walk on the front steps, you'll see that there's mortar missing. There needs to be repointing. There needs to be caulking. Some things need to get chipped out. There needs to be some approximately $40,000 to $70,000 worth of repair just in the front area of City Hall, and that's just one thing. Alexander has found a few other concerning situations that we are trying to handle ourselves. Correct. In order to avoid spending money we don't have.
Right. So, and if you notice, I took over the interim position just so that I can maintain some sort of supervision and also be a member of the insurance commission. So there's a lot of different parts of City Hall that I myself will fix with the custodian. Just yesterday, I had to fix the front doors because they swell in the summer. They weren't shutting and they were rubbing against each other. There's framing all around City Hall, outside of the windows that are coming off of City Hall. And it's amazing that a brand new building that cost us so much is already falling apart. So there's a lot of work that City Hall needs, and I think that we do an amazing job keeping it the way it is, and we need to spend a little money in order to maintain it, or else it's just going to fail even worse.
Sure. Just a moment, Councillor. And I'm sorry, I'll let Councillor Boschman go while I gather my thoughts.
Okay, my question. With all these repairs, is it true the clerk, where was the clerk of the works at this time? Do you have any clue? Because I know the back stairs are not up to code. So where's the clerk of the work? And is it true that we hired the same clerk of the works for the library?
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that?
I cannot answer that question, Councillor, but you are correct about the side door.
So has anything been pursued with any of the contractors regarding, these failures or code violations or anything of that nature?
According to conversations with Mary Delaney, we do not have any authority over that. There is no.
The code violations supposedly, were able to were passed because there was historical, but that's what we keep getting for the stairs anyway in the back entrance.
Mm-hmm. And but on the apparently substandard construction, I don't want to speak to something that I'm not certain of, but certainly it seems there's a problem. Have we spoken with the legal department to find out if we have any recourse?
We spoke with the purchasing agent, Mary Delaney, who informed us that we have no warranty at this point in 2024.
Right. So I don't want to break my own rules and get too far off topic here, but can we find out from the legal department, because even if we don't have an express warranty, there are implied warranties, and I'd like to find out if we have any recourse on that.
I can certainly ask the solicitor that question, but in my building design experience, we likely have no recourse.
Okay. And the other question, I do have Councillor waiting to speak, two, I believe. Councillor Green, you had your hand up? Okay. Just making sure I've got everyone right. And Councillor Krucher. But I do have one other question, and Alex, don't take this personal or anything. Given that you're taking on these roles and given that we're talking about injury liability and so forth, have you signed liability waivers? And and for that matter, when you're making these repairs, do you have sufficient qualifications that if these repairs lead to problems down the road, the city won't be liable for doing the work in an unapproved manner or something?
So the first answer is I did sign updated, what is
Amended job description?
Amended job description that includes now part of my chief of staff roles. Correct, my offer letter, chief of staff plus director of facilities. So I guess I'm covered that way, but I am not doing any repairs that is out of my scope. I mean, it's just, simple things that, anyone can do that's not gonna, I mean, if there's anything outside of the scope, I bring in an expert. That's why the contracted service line item is a little bit more beefed up.
Yeah, we're talking about repairing something that if you call someone, it might take a week and $1,000, whereas Alexander can check it out in 20 minutes and order a spring for
example,
$25 and replace it
Sure.
in an hour.
And like I said, nothing personal. I just had to ask.
Yeah, for example, there was a spring that was broken inside one of the locks from the outside door, so City Hall was unsecure for a whole night. So I opened it up. I saw that the spring was gone or broken, so I couldn't get the spring that same day. I did order it for the next day. I took a spring out from the inside door and replaced it, so that way City Hall was secure, and then I replaced the spring that I took out with the new spring that came in.
Okay. That's all I had. Councillor Green.
Going back to the repairs that have been noted and needed, isn't that why we had a bond? Isn't that the purpose of having a bond for the building so that when stuff like this happens?
The mortar joints failed very quickly in the front, and it was argued by former Director of Facilities Russ Carlstad and Mary Delaney that this was poor quality work or substandard material. However, it was argued, and we did not succeed in that they suggested that the salt that we were using ate up the mortar, and we shouldn't have used that salt. And it is, it was our responsibility to use the correct salt. So that's just one example. That was noticed right away, so that was brought before the contractor. Other things, are happening, and they're general maintenance. Generally general maintenance at this point.
So general maintenance based on the fact that it's new construction in an old building, or that things that have been done are now failing in a relatively quickly amount of time?
You might remember about a year or two, a year and a half after City Hall was completed, there were failures of the heat duct smoke. I think it was either heat or smoke duct sensors that cost us something like $25,000 to $50,000, and that was found to be our responsibility, as it was not part of the bond or the warranty. And that was very soon after the building was complete, and this is very common within new construction buildings, especially, government.
Are we able to get a list of those things that have been noted, just so that we're aware of, on a tight,
So I have a
budget?
Yeah, we have a running list of capital needs within City Hall, but if you expand that out, we've heard yesterday and today, we have an extensive list of capital needs citywide. So one goal is a capital improvement plan for the city of Fitchburg that highlights a list of our needs and how we are going to plan to address those needs. So that is one goal for the city of Fitchburg, is to create a capital improvement plan and include all of those needs.
Right, because I see in my head the $718,000 as the cushion is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller based on the needs that have been brought forward. So, thank you. I'm done.
That's pales in comparison.
Councillor Kuchar.
I withdraw.
Okay.
My question was answered, so asked and answered.
All right, Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, my question is, Alex, thank you for taking over this facilities manager, but my thought is, as the chief of staff, which is a full-time position, how are you able to do that job and take on this responsibility as well?
Well, we have an amazing deputy chief of staff who answers all the emails that come through to the office, and a hands-on mayor who actually is out there doing 110 things at once. So, we all work very well together and juggle different tasks. We have an understanding of what things that who's supposed to be taking care of what. So, we're juggling as we speak. So we're just trying to do everything that we can to save the city money, but also propel the city forward as well.
Yeah, I would just add to that that the roles that we serve are similar but different than the roles of the previous administration. Right? We all have different strengths and ability to do different tasks.
So are you able to provide us with what those tasks are? Because I would really be interested into knowing that you can add this other responsibility onto what was a full-time position. But now it's a split position.
That is a very long and varied list of
if you could
tasks.
Put something together. I don't need a 300 list, but it would be interesting to know what each person is responsible for. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any further questions on the facilities page? All right. I believe the last thing we have is the legislative budget.
Yep, that's last, so we might as well move to page 7. We'll start with the City Council, which I'm sure I don't need to remind anyone here is very valued. And so the...
Yeah, we can cut some counselors,
The personal services, that's reflected by salaries that were set last year by the City Council. Advertising that's required, that's loan orders, ordinance changes and things like that. Supplies, occasionally the council obviously will need supplies. Same with education and travel. The councilors are sometimes given offers to educate themselves in various ways and sometimes have meetings that take them out of the city. So that's a line item that was necessary. And ordinance code supplement as well. Would you like to do one by one here, or should we move to the clerk?
I think we'll take the council separate from the clerk, because they're really very, very separate discussions to have. Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, on the election workers.
So we're not quite on that section yet?
Am I on the wrong page?
Page 7.
Page 7, second
sorry.
orange bar.
My apologies.
No problem. It's been a long night.
Yeah.
I think we all pretty much know what the council does. So I would hope so.
Good to hear, yeah. So if there are no questions, then we will move right on to the clerk. It starts with the salaries, which have already been brought up somewhat. We have the clerk, an assistant clerk, and clerical. Other than that, there's only a few expenses that are used for, obviously required longevity, overtime that occurs on occasion. And then for, their expenses, they have office supplies needs that, the clerk uses almost as much paper as human resources, if not more. So they obviously will need to maintain that line item. Same with travel and meetings, dues and subscriptions like other departments. Occasionally opportunities present themselves to do things outside of the city, and gain further education and knowledge in their areas of expertise. Dues and subscriptions Similarly, there are occasionally things that require subscription that the clerk finds necessary. We do have the clerk present, so if there are any questions that are specific to her, I'm sure she'd be happy to answer, but I'm
sure she will.
I'm also ready and willing.
First up, I have Councillor Green.
Yes, my question is on the clerical position that doesn't look like it's being funded, and I'm wondering on a national election year how we justify not filling a clerical position in, especially this year with it being a national election. So I'm not sure if that's a Joanna question or if that's a Miles answer.
So I'll take it. This was a result of a position that was unfilled, and when we were making difficult budgetary decisions, the decision was that vacant positions were easier to leave unfilled than positions that were filled. So the clerical position, there's going to be a full-time role, and the part-time role will no longer be filled.
Okay, so then we will have, and Joanna, then you will have yourself and then 3 full-time positions.
Correct. The same as Gardner, with population of 21,000.
How quickly will that position be filled?
The full-time position?
Yes.
Recently, because we've got the person that is in the part-time position is going to move up to the full-time position.
Okay, so
we can do this as soon as this is completed, however, recognizing that needs to be filled. There's not a question that it's not going to be. It is going to be.
Okay, so you're not losing any personnel.
No, I'm losing one position.
Half-time position is
a part-time.
That, and I just want to hear this from the city clerk. That part-time position is or is not valuable?
She's very valuable. She covers lunches. She answers the phone. She does all our. I'm sorry.
And again, this is where I just want to separate the people from the position. So a part-time position, no matter who it is or what would be, would still be valuable for your department.
Absolutely. It's unsustainable without that position. Like today, we did a voter registration fair. I want to participate in the community. 2 people left, so it was me in that part-time position running the city clerk's office with the window, the phone, because we answer the phone for the whole building. So we have the phone calls coming. You have 3 people at the window. Our lunch period is usually the busiest time because our residents are on lunch because we don't have night hours. So they're coming on their lunch to get their 5,328 birth, marriage, or death license that we provided last year. So a lot of them are coming during their lunch hour, and we're down to 2 people with the phone ringing and everything else happening. Monday, Betsy and I were alone. One was out sick. My part-timer does not work on Monday. It was Betsy and I. We didn't take lunch because you can't leave one person during lunch with the window and the phone.
Yeah, I can confirm that all positions that were not filled are valuable and needed in the city.
But a lot aren't customer-facing with them standing in front of a glass partition looking for something instantaneously. That's kind of the tough spot.
And just for projection, is there anything come July 1st that would indicate that that may be a position of necessity that gets filled?
We're after July 1st, we're going to be meeting again and talking about the next budget. And, the problem right now that we're looking at is this year was very difficult to get to 0. And we used approximately $3.5 million of one-time funds. Is that correct?
Closer to 4.
close to $4 million of one-time funds, ARPA, free cash, these kinds of one-time funds that we cannot necessarily rely on. So when next year's budget deficit is potentially worse, the last thing we want to do is have to do reductions in force, right? Eliminate current positions. And that still might need to happen, with our crystal ball. We're trying very hard not to make that happen. But, certainly all positions that we need, it could look worse next year and the year after based on our budget.
Right. Thank you. And Joanna, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, back to the positions. I understand that we're tight on the budget, but I believe with 4, there's actually going to be 4. It's like you said, it's what Gardner has with 21,000, but Leominster is really the same size city as we are, and we like to compare ourselves to Leominster apparently, and they have 6 people in their city clerk office.
With no license commission.
Huh?
With no license commission. Neither one does license commission,
Okay.
where my office here in Fitchburg also has the whole license division aspect of the job.
So we are going to have fewer people. We have fewer people than our counterpart, Leominster. We have a national election happening, and we cut election workers too.
We'll get to that part.
Well, it's all tied in together, so that's why I wanted to bring it up.
Yes, these are difficult decisions and difficult times for the city of Fitchburg.
All set?
Yeah, you just wanted to make my point, yeah. It's
Councillor Brochman?
Get a question. maybe it's a misprint. The top line, the city clerk's pay. You went from 97 to 104, but yet new employees come in, they go right to the top. I don't understand that. I don't understand the logic.
I believe that's an ordinance increase, correct?
Is what?
That's not what he's asking. I will say this. I wholeheartedly agree that we need to have a salary survey done across the board of every department head and their position. There are disparities with some salaries, and there absolutely are. It has always been, I think, difficult for every administration when you've got, different responsibilities with different department heads. And again, every department head is important. It takes all of us to be able to run the city. I will say the employment landscape has changed greatly. What you could hire someone for pre-COVID is now not the case. That has added, and I know that this sounds trite, it's not, the effects are personal, and I understand that, but what's behind it is not. It is really about the position, what the city can afford, and what's out there in the labor force. And I do believe that. I get that there is disparity. There absolutely is in salaries. There is. And it is very difficult to raise somebody's salary based on individually. You really need to look at everybody. It is unfortunate that if I were to leave tomorrow, you are not going to get somebody here for the salary I make now. And I am not saying I'm underpaid. Love my job, the salary's great, I love it, it's all good. That's just not the way it is. It's just not. It's not. And I can give you examples all over for any department head salary, what they're making now, and what you would need to pay if somebody left. I don't set the salaries. I don't control the market. I don't control the labor market. It is unfortunate, yes. Does it all need to be looked at? Absolutely.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'm going to explain something to you very carefully.
So,
Everybody.
Counselor,
I'm gonna be on them
Counselor,
quotes. What?
Counselor, I probably agree with whatever you're about to say, but we can't do any argumentation tonight. I've been very consistent on that. I have to continue being consistent on that. So no making points, no explaining things. We can do that next week. I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to say, and I'm pretty sure I agree 100%. But I can't make any exceptions this late in the night at this point.
Well, let me ask you a question, Mr. President, since we're going to do everything next week. Are we going to have 3 nights of this debate about this book and the wages?
No, we're going to debate what cuts are proposed. Anything else that isn't encompassed within that can be discussed and debated on a different agenda at a later time.
You're lucky again, Sue. All right, thank you.
Let's see. Do I have any other counselors waiting? I lost track. All right, I have some questions on this. So last fiscal year, Joanna,
Yes.
you had a total of 4.5 people in the office, correct?
Correct.
I mean, not consistently throughout the whole year. I know there were transitions, but
Correct.
Was that 4.5 head count sufficient to efficiently cover everything that you handle?
No. And every year I ask for an additional head.
And
I'll make it.
now, neither you nor the assistant clerk receive overtime, correct?
No.
So right now, this is essentially unpaid time on top of whatever. I know that's the same for all department heads, but you're not receiving overtime, and you're now about how many hours per week would you say you spend on city business?
After hours?
Just total hours per week, ballpark.
Ballpark. On average, probably about 45 to 50 hours. Then in election season, it goes to about 70 to 80 hours because of early voting, and I work all day Saturday, Sundays.
So now, not taking into account the 7,000 increase this year, that works out, if my calculator is correct, you said approximately 45. Sorry, I forgot to. Never mind. So, I'm going to stop trying to do math at this hour.
Grossly underpaid, we'll just.
Yeah. So, now, in of the things that you do for the city, how many of them are mandated by statute? Approximately what percentage of the work that you do is mandated by statute?
Probably 90%.
And of the things that back up and fall behind as the office becomes understaffed, what percentage of those have statutory deadlines that we're required to meet?
All of them. All of them.
About how many hours in a given week do you think you spend on public records requests?
Probably about 3 to 4, depending on what's out there in the city, what's happening, and if people are really in an uproar. It could go anywhere to 5 to 6.
And how many days in a given week do you get to take your full lunchtime?
Probably, I'd say once a week, if I go out.
And how many days off have you taken this past year?
None as of yet.
Just a point of order. We've been here 4 hours and 38 minutes. This is a very, very granular discussion and questions. Could this happen outside of the meeting? I'm sorry, but we're going into daily schedules.
We can discuss it next week as well.
If you would like further information, could you take it offline rather than...
I've attempted to stick solely to questions, but we can certainly discuss it next week at the more comprehensive meeting.
Also, can I just one real quick thing? You're going to have that with every department head. Just keep it in mind.
I'm aware. The only thing I need to ask, and this is actually a question, I suppose, for anyone on the finance team or the mayor who wants to answer it. As distinct from all the other departments, who advocates for the city clerk's department, if not the council?
Well, I'll just say that we are happy to advocate for the clerk whenever we have the ability to. The clerk is a valued position, and
I apologize. That wasn't intended to be accusatory. I didn't mean it as an accusation. I meant that, is it correct that all other departments are within the city hall, the overall executive structure, and so have champions within city hall, as opposed to the clerk, who we are responsible for?
I would just respond to that and say that, per statutorily or per our ordinance, the city council appoints the clerk and the assistant clerk. Mm-hmm. And other than that, we are all, part of City Hall. We are all part of the city of Fitchburg. And, I do not feel any differently for our city clerk than I do for any of our department heads. I feel we are all one team.
As I said, it wasn't intended to be accusatory, Mayor. But that's all I'll say on the matter. It's late. There'll be plenty of time to discuss it next week. Are there any other questions on this segment of on the city clerk's office budget on page 7? All right, elections.
Yep, elections. Obviously, this is an important year for this one. So we have salary that's paid to the workers when they come in for their multiple days of work. This year's 3 with a presidential primary and general. Expenses, contracted services, office supplies, that's all necessary, voting equipment and maintenance. These are things like hall rental fees. Sometimes they need caterers for, the employees there. They have voting roll lists, paper clips, postage stamps, everything, that's necessary to maintain a municipal election. So all these costs, oh yeah, so any election, but, elections happening within the city require these costs. Again, happy to answer questions on these, but the clerk is probably more of an expert as well. But 2024 is a big year, so these are all valued line items.
Questions on the elections budget? Councilor Schultz.
The voting equipment and maintenance is taking quite a hit. If we have a maintenance problem during an election, would that be a big issue for you, Joanna?
Yes. But where are you, Bernie? Over at the 12,850 voting equipment and maintenance? Mm-hmm. That was, we're going to try to get back, because out of that 32 and the 3150, we had bought the poll pads. If you remember those 2 purchases, and we split them over 2 fiscal years. Yeah. So now we just have the $10,000 poll pad maintenance fee yearly. So I'm hoping I'm going to be able to go through with that. What I'm more nervous about is can I talk? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The election workers. Lemonsters, and please look at it, it's $168,000. I'll say it again, 16800. They get breakfast, they get water. Fitchburg doesn't get any of that. They get,
I'm sorry, Joanna. I'm in a public building. I'm getting a fire alarm. I apologize. I gotta exit.
The signal tone you have
Thank you.
just heard.
Certainly understood.
So I'm nervous in a presidential election, presidential primary. Early voting in a presidential election is 14 days, not 7. So I have a 7-day in September. I have a 14-day early voting in November that we have to pay for. And I'm going to be here in April saying you need to transfer money somewhere because I don't have any. And I'm going to be over budget. And that's all I can say to you. I can't not do early voting. It's all federal laws I have to do. I don't just report to the mayor, city council, the license commission. I also report to the Secretary of State, William Galvin's office, who tells me what I've got to do. It's not optional. And if they knew I wasn't feeding my poll workers breakfast and providing them water, that would be an issue for them. They're there at 6 a.m. and they're there till 10, 11 o'clock at night with a smile saying, how can I help you today?
So what is driving, aside from obviously the fact that we're in a tight budget year, what is driving the estimation that we will require 10,000 less in elections workers in a presidential year compared to a municipal election year?
65,000 was the original department request.
Has it been?
65,000 was the original department request. And
Was that after the requested givebacks and whatnot, or before?
I don't have that in front of me because I saw
There's no,
It's in the-
no change.
it's
in the addendum.
10,240. What's that?
There's been no change
That's,
in the request.
that's the change from last year.
I don't have it. I thought this was cutting 10,240.
Okay, so
Then I
anyway, that's my only question. Did anyone else have questions on the elections budget?
the number 78 has been steady also since before my 2022 budget book. So.
Yep. Understood. So I see no further questions on the elections budget. License.
Yep, so license is, there's only 3 real line items on here. The commissioners are required payment. That's statute. And then there's advertising that is, again, occasionally required, and supplies.
Any questions on the license commission budget? All right. Do the mayor or the finance team have any wrap-up comments that you'd like to make?
Go Celtics.
All right.
I appreciate this budget process where we're able to have our department heads and really share a lot more information about the status of, the finances of the city of Fitchburg. And, I hope that, that we are all working together in order to ensure that we have a fiscally responsible city budget.
And I would ask on that topic that anyone on the council or in the city departments, if you have any thoughts on how the budget process could be better next year, don't let me know now until after next week's meeting, but after we've actually handled the budget, feel free to reach out, and I'd love suggestions on how we can do this better. Can I have a motion? Councilor Schultz.
I'm just going to say I appreciate the 2 sessions, at least breaking them up this year. I appreciate that, Council President.
I appreciate the 2 sessions, but could we make it 4 sessions?
We'll see. We'll see.
And while they were longer meetings, it was very helpful to have the department heads here to answer questions and take care of them. Get a lot of the information requests out of the way. I think it was very valuable to me as a
I agree.
council.
Save you taking your days. Save you taking your vacation days. You go talk to department heads.
Councilor Green?
My only question is, moving forward for next week, do you have an anticipated length of how long that meeting is going to be? Like, should
Depends
we
on
set
how many
aside
cuts get
5
submitted.
hours? I mean, is that what we're looking at? I just need to know for
Honestly,
preparatory.
I can't estimate that until I see how many cuts are submitted, because if people, if across the whole council only 3 cuts are submitted, we could be out of here by 7 o'clock. If every councilor has a whole slate of cuts that they want to discuss, we could be here this late or later.
Okay, thank you.
It really depends. We will be tightly focused on the proposed cuts, but that's the best I can do to move it along.
Motion to adjourn?
Councilor Brochman.
I just want to say thank you to Ann and Jackie. Oh, of course, the mayor, but you and Ann.
Great first year, Jackie.
Even though we're going to have a battle.
I didn't hear what you said, but hopefully it wasn't.
Motion to adjourn?
Second. I have a motion and second to adjourn. We no longer have a remote participant, so if there is no objection, we stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone. I know this wasn't easy.